Highways Committee to order. As chair of the committee, I find that due to the state of emergency declared by the governor as a result of COVID-19 pandemic, and in accordance with House Rule 67 and the governor's emergency order number 12, pursuant to Executive Order 2020-04, this public body is authorized to meet electronically. This is a public hearing on bills referred to this committee. Please note that there is no physical location for members of the public to observe and listen contemporaneously to this meeting. However, in accordance with the emergency order, I am confirming that all members of the committee and select legislative staff have the ability to communicate contemporaneously during this meeting through the Zoom electronic meeting platform, and the public has access to listen and, if necessary, participate in this meeting by the Zoom platform or by telephone. All necessary access information has been made available in the House calendar and through the electronic calendar on the General Court website. The meeting notice for this meeting complies with House rules and RSA 91-A. Anyone who has a problem accessing the meeting should call 271-3600 or email hcs@leg.state.nh.us. In the event the public is unable to access the meeting will be adjourned and rescheduled. I want to introduce the staff that are on the meeting assisting us. Brad Greenland, committee researcher. Please note that all votes that are taken during this meeting shall be done by roll call vote. Let us start the meeting by taking a roll call attendance. When each member states they're present, please also indicate where they are and if there is anybody in the room with you during this meeting, which is required under the right to know law. Mr. Clerk.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative Graham.
Present.
Representative McConkey.
Present.
Representative Mills, the clerk, is here. Representative Paul Samaro.
I am here, and I am in a condominium down in South Carolina with my wife.
Representative Fadolfi.
The main detail, who am hospitalized.
Representative Newton.
Yes, I'm here. I'm at home, and my wife is in the house somewhere, but she's not in this room with me.
Thank you. Representative Blasek.
Here.
Representative Boards. Representative Mike Boards. Representative Kaczynski.
Here.
Representative Kalansky.
I'm here, home, and my girlfriend's somewhere around.
Representative Thompson.
Here.
Representative Van de Castile. Representative Susan Van de Castile. Representative Cloutier.
Present in the committee room.
Representative Edgar.
Present. Nobody's home right now with me, but my wife might come back.
Representative Ebel.
Home alone.
Representative Jack.
I'm here in the committee room.
Representative Abbott.
Here in the committee room.
Representative Faulkner.
I'm here in Swansea. My wife is in the other room.
Representative Newman.
Yes, I'm here. I'm in the room alone. My husband is in the house.
Representative Grassi.
Representative Grassie's here, home, and alone.
For the record, Representative Grassi, can I have your first name, please?
Chuck.
Representative Peterson.
Here in Nashua, home alone.
Representative Query.
Here and in Manchester alone.
Representative Bunker.
Present in Exeter. My wife is elsewhere in the house.
Thank you. The attendance is complete, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. Mr. Vice Chairman, we're ready to start.
Okay, thank you for that. We are going to open up House Bill 122A, and I will ask the prime sponsor to introduce the bill. I believe that would be Representative Graham.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My name is John Graham. I represent the town of Bedford, which is Hillsborough District 7. I bring before you a bill to participate in a public-private partnership with two railways in the state of New Hampshire. This is not a new project or situation for us. In the past, we have heard similar bills to partnership on a 50-50 basis with the railroads in order to maintain their capital, which is ties and rails on these things. The reason that I support this is because, one, it keeps rail traffic moving through the state, some of which goes out to the Midwest and further south. The other reason is it keeps a lot of trucks, heavy trucks, off of the roads here in New Hampshire. It is better that we use freight railways rather than having some of these larger trucks up and down our highways on a daily basis. I would ask that we probably consider doing what we have done the last two terms when we exec this bill, which is to retain the bill and then see if we can work it into the capital budget, which we will get next month. It will probably not be at the dollar amount that is in the bill. Last term, when we asked for $2 million, it was well less than $1 million each that they got. So it depends on our fiscal ability, whether we include it and then what amount in the capital budget if we were to retain it. With that, Mr. Chairman, I am willing to take questions, but it's pretty straightforward.
Thank you, Representative Graham. Are there any questions for Representative Graham at this time? Seeing none, thank you. Martin, did you, I'm sorry, Representative, did you see any other, I didn't see anyone waving.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
The chair would like to call on Representative Tucker at this time. Is Representative Tucker online?
Yes, I think I'm online now.
Thank you, Representative. Would you care to speak?
Yes, I would. I represent COAS 5. So this infrastructure project on the St. Lawrence and Atlantic will affect all of Coos County and be an enormous plus to maintaining infrastructure that's been here for over 150 years. But what we have done in the last several years is partner with, as a state, with the St. Lawrence and Atlantic, dollar for dollar, on a project to upgrade and modernize the track so that heavier rail cars that could carry more weight can now run from Montreal to Maine and through the northern part of New Hampshire. Happily, just at the moment, COAS appears to be having some good fortune on major projects. Gorham Paper has become White Mountain Paper and is going to expand, bring in another paper machine, and that is a customer that could be here. Milan Lumber has just announced a $12 million expansion. That's a possible someone who might ship on this rail line. So not only will we have rail cars and locomotives going through Coos County, but we have the potential to be shipping from this place. Not only shipping out, but importing goods to be manufactured or processed in these plants that are expanding. So I am keen to see whether we could get enough capital to finish the project, which has been going for close to 10 years now. And so this is a fundamental infrastructure project that will bring economic good to Coos, which I might say needs it badly. We've been hard hit by the pandemic, as so much of New Hampshire has, but we didn't start out at the top of the heap. And so this project is very important for Coos County. I'd be happy to, I submitted some written testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Representative. I'm glad to hear things are looking better in your area. Are there any questions for Representative Tucker? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you.
The chair will now call on Paul Warsett, please. Warsowitz. Paul, when you're ready.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, my name, I'm just unmuted.
Yes.
My video, I guess. Mr. Chairman, my name is Paul Warsowitz. I'm here today representing the St. Lawrence Atlantic Railroad. I'm employed by Gallagher, Callahan, and Trell in Concord, New Hampshire. Again, this rail line goes from Gorham to Berlin to up to North Stratford. This project really started back in 2010 when the Capital Budget Committee in the House allocated $850,000 to be spent in rehabilitating the rail. Since then, in 2016, fiscal year 2016-17, the Capital Budget Committee allocated a $1.5 million, but mandated that it had to be matched dollar for dollar. And that bill passed, and we matched it dollar for dollar. So that for the last 2 years, the next 2 years, it was appropriated $1 million by the capital budget of the House and Senate, and $900,000 in last fiscal year, last capital budget. So it's been approximately $6.8 million has been authorized to rehabilitate this line, and we're getting it to the finish. 3.4 from the private sector and 3.4 from the state. But it's important to note that this project is under the supervision of the Department of Transportation Rail Division. Agreements are signed and go to Governor and Council for approval. What's important in those agreements, among other things, is that the state maintains a lien on the property for 10 years. And also in the agreement, we are required to maintain the rail to the status that we were upgraded to. In this case, we're upgrading it to Class 2 rail, and that means 25 miles an hour for freight trains. And so we have to maintain it at that. Again, as Representative Tucker said, we've had some new companies coming in. I believe it's because of seeing the investment in the area by the state and the railroad. And we've been working closely with Benoit to attract business to this area. And we've also Canadian Trade Council, and we're very active in trying to recruit companies to locate in this area. So with the allocation, if this money was to go through, it would complete the project to the finish. And with that, I have Charles Hunter, because he just sent a package. He's from the St. Lawrence Atlantic Railroad. I don't know if he was able to get in, but he would be able to further explain the operational side of it. And with that, I will glad to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Are there questions? Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for taking my question. Who determines that the matching funds from the railroad are actually that amount spent, that match exactly what the state contributes?
Unfortunately, I didn't hear the question. So what I was trying to, I don't know if it's my audio that I have to turn up.
Speak louder. Yeah, who determines that the railroad spent exactly the matching funds is what was received from the state?
That's a good question, Representative. That's why the Department of Transportation supervises it, and we have a full accounting of our money and the state's money. And in fact, I wanted to bring up that in the capital budgets, and it's not in the bill, but the Capital Budget Oversight Committee gets a report every 6 months of what money has been spent. So that the Capital Budget Oversight Committee gets a chance to look at how much the state paid and how much the railroad paid. It's all accounted for.
Follow-up question?
And I would be glad to show you the last last meeting of the Capital Budget Committee and the documents that were submitted by the St. Lawrence Atlantic Railroad.
Yes, please. Representative Abbott.
Did I understand you correctly in saying that if this bill passes and it is fully funded, that it would finish the rebuilding of the line?
Representative, this fully funding this would complete the refurbishing of the line to the Vermont, to North Stratford. Again, this rail has been here probably, I'm told, 80 years. Again, we sent a packet. I think you can see the old rail and the new rail, but it's been there since at least 80, maybe 90 years.
Thank you. Any further questions? Seeing none, thank you. Yeah, is Charles Hunter available to testify next? Still not seeing Mr. Hunter. We'll come back to Mr. Hunter. Is there anything else, Paul, you wanted to say at this point in time?
No, I'm complete. And I do see Mr. Hunter's name on the bottom. He just has to unmute. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee.
Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having us. Paul, you did a great summary of our project. One thing I would like to add on how the project is funded, St. Lawrence and Atlantic Railroad actually pays for everything up front. So we, in coordination with New Hampshire DT, we put out an RFP to order the materials and award the construction contract. And then we actually pay for everything up front. And then we are submitting for reimbursement with DOT, and they reimburse us the 50 cents on the dollar. Any cost overruns are on the St. Lawrence and Atlantic Railroad. We've done a really good job on these other projects and managing these and getting them in on or under budget. And I really can't stress enough that this is the last link. It's really the missing link to complete this project. I've been around this railroad since 1995. We've done a lot of work in Maine, up in Quebec to get this line completed. So this is really important to everyone.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Hunter? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony, sir.
Thank you very much.
The chair would like to recognize David Campbell, the former chair of Public Works. David, are you there?
There we go.
Thank you.
Honorable, huh?
Thank you, David.
Thank you.
Nice to see you. Please, your testimony.
Let me start my video here. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I'm David Campbell. I'm an attorney and lobbyist for the New Hampshire North Coast Railroad, who I've represented for 34 years. Always a pleasure to virtually appear before my old committee. I'm testifying in favor of HB 122A. First thing I want to do is express gratitude of the New Hampshire North Coast. Each of the last two capital budgets, 2017, 2019, the state appropriated $900,000 in each of those budgets to be matched by the railroad. Those projects were completed the following year, 2018, and the 2020 project, which was completed in December, on time, on schedule, in spite of COVID. It's made a huge difference. And I can't stress enough, there are 603 short line railroads in the United States. I remember that because of the number, 603. But there's class 3, and there are dozens of class 1 and class 2 railroads, which are the bigger ones, the main lines. These all exist. These railroads only exist because of the private-public partnerships between the federal and state governments and these railroads. The infrastructure costs are just tremendous, and to keep the trains rolling, it requires a cooperative effort. I presented to you PowerPoint presentation, which I'm not going to go through, but it's self-explanatory. I'll just hit a few highlights. The North Coast Railroad is a 42-mile short line railroad that runs between Rollinsford, and it goes up through Somersworth, Rochester, Lebanon, Maine. It cuts through for about a quarter mile, Milton, Wakefield, and up to Ossipee. It's part of the old Conway branch. We've been hauling freight for more than 150 years. The main freight is concrete sand that goes, about 2/3 of it goes to Boston, another third goes to Rochester. Propane is the main thing that comes in, it goes to Eastern Propane at their facility. And we do we run some steel too out of Maine. It goes to Ossipee, is offloaded and trucked over to Maine. There's a picture in the PowerPoint presentation of the transloading facility that services the sand on the left and the propane on the right. As has been discussed, one of the main benefits of short line railroads, freight railroads, is they dramatically increase fuel efficiency, decrease carbon emissions, because they take heavy truck trips off the highways. New Hampshire's current freight volume eliminates 37,000 heavy tractor, trailer, or tanker trips each year. It has and that just improves safety, fuel efficiency, but really has a huge impact on maintenance of the roads. Taking all that heavy traffic off the roads helps extend their life and reduces the maintenance costs of the roads. NHN spends $350,000 to $1 million per year, and like the St. Lawrence and Atlantic, we've had an ongoing capital project which just got a big shot in the arm this past year, in the sense that we applied for in the past we've had Tiger grants, which open up the north of the line, but we just got approved last October for a federal grant, which allowed for $4.5 million in federal money. We still haven't signed the grant yet, but we're working on that. That's going to be a 4-year project, and it requires $2 million in matching funds from the North Coast. We're also getting $100,000 in matching money from a contribution from its largest customer, Eastern Propane. But we still have an issue that we have not addressed, and we'd be looking at probably significantly less money than is in the bill. We need to start addressing the urgent concern we have over our bridges. Our biggest and most dangerous problem was the Haven Hill Bridge, and I show in the pictures, if you saw it, This thing has had so many accidents. It's 11 feet tall. Even the sign is damaged from trucks hitting it. In the photos I show you, it shows the bridge, and it's and on the right hand side you can see a truck that went through it, and it was demolished. No one was hurt, thankfully, but the truck was demolished and the bridge was hit. You know, that's a kind of catastrophic accident that could shut down the bridge and obviously cause damage to property and life. We have a bunch of other bridges. I show the bridges and show some of the issues. You know, what we're looking for in this capital budget round, because of our financial constraints, both from the Tiger grant and our budget maintenance cycle, you can only do so much in a year. What we're asking for is going to be a significant lesser amount, but we would start to like addressing of these bridge issues over the next 15 years. There's 33 bridges on the NHN line. 24 of them are owned by the NHN, and we are hopeful that we could ask this committee and through the capital budget cycle to make some kind of modest contribution to our beginning a real big project, which is taking care of the bridges. That Haven Hill Bridge, by the way, is taken care of in the Tiger grant, but it's the only, I mean, in the Chrissy grant, but it's the only bridge that's being addressed. We do have yearly reports. The railroad is safe, but if we don't address these ongoing maintenance issues, deferred maintenance issues, we'll have problems in the future. So that concludes my testimony. I'd be happy to answer any questions of the committee.
Thank you. Are there questions, Mr. Campbell? Seeing none, thank you.
Thank you. Thanks. Nice to see you all.
Always good seeing you here, even virtually. We have no other people signed up to testify at this time. So I will call the committee hearing for 122 to close.
And since we have a couple of minutes, I would like to call the executive session on House Bill 122 to order at this time. Representative Mills, you have a motion?
I do, Mr. Chair. I move to retain House Bill 122A.
I second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
It's been moved and seconded that the committee retain House Bill 122. Is there any discussion? Seeing no hands raised for the virtual, clerk will call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Representative McConkey.
Aye.
Representative Mills votes yes. Representative Samaro.
I vote yes.
Representative Newton.
Yes.
Representative Blasek.
Yes.
Representative Boards is not here. Representative Kaczynski.
Yes.
I am here.
I'm sorry?
Mike Boards is here.
Boards.
Boards is here. Was he here for the testimony? Representative what?
Yes, I was.
Yes.
You were here for the testimony. Thank you. Your vote is what, Representative Boards?
Yes.
Thank you.
I have that.
Okay.
What'd you say?
I heard your part. Representative Kalansky.
Yes.
Representative Thompson.
Yes.
Representative Vanda Castile. Representative Cloutier.
Yes.
Representative Edgar.
Aye.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Jack. Yes. Representative Abbott.
Yes.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Representative Peterson.
Yes.
Representative Query,
Yes.
Representative Bunker,
Yes.
and the chair votes.
Yes.
Chair, vote is 21-0. And
With a vote of 21-0, the bill will be retained in the committee. Thank you, Mr. Sport. The time being 10 o'clock, moving right along. We will hear House Bill 595, a bill dealing with, let me find the title. A capital appropriation for the digitization and preservation of certain New Hampshire Supreme Court records. And the chair would call on the prime sponsor, Representative Abrami, who is in the room with us.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the record, State Rep. Pat Abrami, Rockingham 19, Stratham. I'm here to introduce House Bill 595, as you heard. I was contacted by New Hampshire Supreme Court Justice Marconi, who is my constituent in Stratham, and who asked me to file this bill for the court. She indicated to me that $2 million was required to restore records going back to the mid-1800s. And this was based on, that dollar estimate's based on a comprehensive study that they had done over the last year or so. My early response to her was, why not just make this part of the capital request within judiciary? She told me at the time, in speaking to her, that state officials, including Charlie Allinghouse, Commissioner of Administrative Services, that given the records were in a building not in the court's jurisdiction, that a bill should be filed. Now, I may not have that 100% correct. It was a jurisdictional issue, and that's why that he suggested that a bill be filed. May I ask the chair if is Charlie Allinghouse on the list? No, I did reach out to him to suggest that he testify, just so you know. Huh? Oh, yes, okay. So before I finalized the bill, I reached out to some of the senior members of the House and Senate, Representative Ken Weiler and Senator Bradley and Senator D'Alessandro, who all are co-sponsors of this bill. But in my conversations with Senator Bradley, he suggested, because of the COVID virus, that we start slow with this and ask for 250,000 year one, 500,000 year two, and then the remainder 1.25 million in year three. That's the way the bill reads currently. The bill also allows bonding authority. So, Mr. Chair, Justice Marconi tried to send on the website the report. She was going to try to break it up. In the meantime, I forwarded you a copy of the report to share with the. And if
we did get a copy of that, and it will be in the file, the entire report.
But will all members?
I think they got it all.
Yeah, and may I suggest, it's a long report, and we all get a lot of stuff as legislators. I would suggest just, if you at the very least, just read the executive summary. I think it'd be helpful as to the background on this. So, but anyway, thank you all. Thank you, Mr. Chair. And I'll take questions, but I think Justice Marconi is signed up. I would suggest that we hear from her next, but you'll call, obviously. But I'll take a question or two, but I think Justice Marconi will do a better job answering it than I will.
Any questions from members of the committee for Representative Abrami? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
The chair would like to call on Justice Marconi of the New Hampshire Supreme Court. We could bring her up.
Here.
Can you hear me? To Public Works, Justice Marconi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the committee. When I was appointed to the court in 2017, shortly after my arrival, I became the library judge. And the library judge is the liaison to the King Law Library, which is the only public law library in the state. It is a state facility, if you will. Our building, the Supreme Court building at Charles Doe Drive, is under the auspices of Administrative Services and the New Hampshire Law Library, while we oversee it, is its own sort of standalone facility providing legal resources to the public. My second surprise was down in the basement of the building, since it was built 50 years ago, and I don't know where the records were before that, but we have these casebooks starting in 1849, coming forward to 1977. After 1977, case files were kept in a more traditional filing manner. But these case books, what they used to do in the olden days was, and particularly as the Supreme Court justices rode circuit even, they would take the notes of the judge, the exhibits, the deeds, whatever was provided in the case, the lawyer's pleadings, stitch them into books. And that was their method of preservation. So these books are fascinating, but they contain different types of old paper, different types of inks. They're very archival in what is there. Some contain writings of famous figures, some not so famous, and they sit on shelves in our basement, which is nicely secure and dry so far, but these are not being preserved in any type of archival manner. Plus, they are not as accessible to the public. For example, Mary Baker Eddy, there was some recent litigation. Lawyers came to research some prior litigation in the 1800s, and with white gloves, they're, pulling through these documents because they're not online, they're not accessible. So in actually 2018, Mary Searles, our librarian, and I think she's teed up to testify also, had the Northeast Document Center do a review of these books, and that's the report that you have. And when you look at page 29, it breaks the books into 3 segments, the oldest being the most fragile and the most in need of attention at this point in time. And then obviously the second set, a little bit different, the third set, more current and in need of less immediate attention. So my quest was to start this process, and it can be done a book at a time, to get the books digitized. That will involve disbinding them, digitizing the record so that it is online searchable and we don't have to access the record, and then preserving the artifact, because again, some of these are historical documents that we don't want to destroy. At the same time, we need to retrofit space in the basement, climate controlled, so that it can house the preserved records. So it's a big project. The digitizing and the preservation is the $2 million, and my goal, and with Representative Abrami's help, is to get it started. I've been in touch with Brian Burford at the New Hampshire Archives. They can store, but they don't have the bandwidth to preserve. I've been in touch with the New Hampshire Historical Society. They are aware and face similar challenges with their old documents. I've spoken with Commissioner Arlinghouse, and also Mary Searles has been in touch with the New Hampshire Library. So we've got all the folks in the historical library business aware of this project, and we've been able to draw from them some of their experience. That being said, the renovation of the building would be something that would fall in the court capital budget process. But in terms of the court's capital budget is kind of like the highway plan. It's a long-standing prioritization of building and facilities needs in the court buildings. Some are owned by the judicial branch, some by the state. But this project is not intended to interfere with that longstanding prioritization of court facilities. So this is a bit, as Representative Abrami said, neither fish nor fowl, because we straddle sort of two different branches of government. I did also meet with the Joint Legislative Historical Committee last spring before COVID shut things down, and they were supportive of this project as it dovetailed with some of the documents that were discovered in the State House renovation. So, and they were the ones that suggested a capital appropriation, and that's kind of how we got here today to you. So I am happy to answer questions. Again, the process here is to get this project off the ground so that we can start preserving the most fragile and the oldest documents that we have.
Thank you, Justice. Is there any questions? Representative McConkey.
Thank you, Madam Justice, for taking my question. Can you give me some feel, I have not read through your report, what number of documents, 1849 through 1977, not to the number, but is it thousands of documents or is it hundreds of documents?
I'll just repeat. Group 1 is 167 volumes. So that is 1849 into the 1890s. Okay. Each volume, and I've been giving tours, so anyone who wants to come over and see these things, they're fascinating, at least to me who likes old things. Each volume has a couple hundred pages of stitched in documents, and some of those documents are odd sizes, they get folded in. So there are 167 volumes in Group 1, 253 volumes in Group 2, 213 volumes in Group 3. And again, each volume has a number of pages in. And if you turn, when you get a chance, to page 32 of the report, the entire project is approximately 620,000 pages at $1.75 a page.
Yes. Thank you, if I could. So I understand the digitizing the documents. I understand that process. Did I hear or did I miss that the archiving part of that for now is making the room more acceptable for documents going forward? Or are you actually going to look then to do something to the documents to preserve them better?
The project, the room is, I will say, the third part that is, the actual building renovation is a third aspect that I'm looking elsewhere for funding. The restoration and digitization project has two parts. So the 620,000 pages at 175 is the digitization, and that's about $1 million. The preparation, treating, and rehousing of the documents, so that's the archival part, that's an additional $1 million. So the $2 million involves both the restoration and preservation, and then the digitization.
Thank you for your time.
Yep.
Any other questions? Representative Thompson.
Good morning, Madam Justice. Where and how are the documents going to be stored in the interim if the building project ends up being the last part of this?
Currently, the documents are on shelves in an area of the basement that is not the same as the room that would be renovated. And I'm hoping, and of course, I believe the documents will be going off-site to Northeast Document Conservation Center. So we can renovate the space, which is not the same space they're in currently, while they sit where they are. The other point is some of them will be going off-site to be preserved.
And will they restore? I'm sorry. Will they store them while the construction's going on?
If there had to be storage, I think yes. Again, and I can send over a map of the Supreme Court basement, which I have, but where they are now is not where the construction would be happening. So they could stay where they are, where they've been luckily safe for 50 years, no leaks, while the construction's going on in another part of the basement.
Thank you very much.
Any further questions? And I see no hands raised from our members who are attending electronically. Thank you very much for your testimony.
Thank you to the committee.
I have one other who has signed up to speak, Mr. John Lewis. And Commissioner Arlene House, I see your hand raised, and I will get to you after him. Mr. Lewis, you could unmute yourself.
Hello?
Hi, you're good. If you could identify yourself.
Yes, I'm John Lewis. Let me start my video so you can see me. Hi, I'm a retired Superior Court judge, and after I retired, one of the things that I embarked to do was to write a law review article about the Claremont cases. And so I proceeded to try to find out where the pertinent records were for that case, which is a historical case and extremely important. And it's actually relatively recent. The major decisions that I was focused on were in 1993 and 1997. And I found that when I went to the Supreme Court, I went down to that wonderful basement that Justice Hans Marconi just talked to you about, and found some records there to be able to work with. But to my shock, found that many records were not available. And in fact, the Merrimack Superior Court couldn't even find their records. Finally, after a lot of constructive squeaky wheelism on my part and others, we did find them somewhere and were able to put them together in some sort of sensible way. And I was able to finish my law review article, which is one example of how sometimes when you write, when you have the records to look at, you can really make an impact on a historical understanding of important cases, which remain important in terms of our current issues and problems. So that got me involved in wondering just what are we doing with regard to our records. And I have been in discussions with the Supreme Court and Justice Hans Marconi, who's been wonderful in this effort to try to get us more sensitive to this. And I am a member of the New Hampshire Supreme Court Society, and the bar is also interested in this. And I'm a member of a committee on the New Hampshire Supreme Court Society called the Judicial Case History Preservation Committee. And we're in the process of surveying the bar to try to identify the most important cases in New Hampshire history that have impacted on our jurisprudence. And we're going to be providing a report to Justice Hans Marconi about that. So as she does her work, we'll be able to highlight and focus on those important cases. We have a whole slew of historically important cases throughout our history, going back to the Dartmouth College case and all sorts of cases afterwards. So I really support this effort. I think it's if you went down to the basement of the New Hampshire Supreme Court, you would see that they do the best they can, but the records are not well maintained. And I'm only talking about 1993. I really think digitalization of these records is extremely important, and not just from a historical point of view, because many of these cases rear their heads for your consideration as well, and for your understanding of them, and they're not simple. The Claremont case is a perfect example. And so I urge you to support this bill. I'm really pleased that it's being done on a piecemeal basis. I really applaud Justice Hans-Marconi for her efforts here, and I hope you will support her as well. So thank you for listening to me.
Thank you. Are there any questions from members of the committee to Mr. Lewis? If not, I just have, it may be rhetorical, Mr. Lewis, as you surveyed the bar, have you asked them if they'd help to fund this effort or not?
I didn't quite hear that. Could you repeat that?
I said as you're surveying the bar, have you broached any members of the bar about helping to fund this preservation effort?
I have not yet done that. We're at a stage, in fact, we're going to be meeting later today, where we're sending out an email to 3 or 4 selected bar people in various areas of law, in which we're going to ask them to identify in their areas of law 5 to 10 cases that they think are really impactful. And in the course of writing that email, we're going to be sensitizing them as well to to this bill that you're considering. And I just know from the reception we got in the New Hampshire Supreme Court Society when we started discussing this, that society is made up of many very experienced and competent and good lawyers and judges. And all of them were extremely supportive of this effort. I'll just tell you, I sat for a good deal of time in Stratford County, and they used to have their records very much like Justice Hans-Marconi described the Supreme Court records in these little binders. There were occasions in my 12 years as a judge where I had to go back to look at an old case, and sometimes even to the 1850s and 60s. And boy, oh boy, did I have to be careful when I opened these binders that the records wouldn't just disintegrate in my hands as I was dealing with them. And these were on active cases, which required these materials.
What's before us on the Supreme Court records, please? There are only 3 people to sign up. I have others, and we have only.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions? All right, seeing none. If we could promote Commissioner Arlinghouse so he can speak. Thank you, Commissioner.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Oh, perfect. This is Charlie Arlinghouse. I'm the Commissioner of Administrative Services, and it's my pleasure to join you this morning following your distinguished panels. I would say, oh, somebody wants me to start my video. Hang on. Typically, people don't want to see me, and they're happy not to, but here I am. I was going to say something profound, and I've now forgotten it. I would say this. I would think the Supreme Court has done an excellent job has done a better job taking care of the records in their basement than I would have in mine. But I'm not sure that's the standard that we're particularly looking for. But they should probably preserve records. We should give them the ability to preserve records in a way that is superior to my ability to preserve creamed corn. Just a thought. Why is this happening this way is a key question. I want to make sure you don't think that we don't support the project or think it's a good idea at all. I was over and Justice Marconi gave me a tour of the basement, which was very interesting, and the documents are. Court facilities enter the capital budget typically, or always, I guess, as a result of the deliberations of a court accreditation committee, which some of your members have been on. I'm pointing, but you can't see who I'm pointing at. They debate the terms of the building, and then our capital budget request through administrative services and our Bureau of Court Facilities, ably administered by the excellent Sarah Lineberry, as most of you know, puts those requests together. This isn't that. The Supreme Court records are not part of the operational standard of court facilities as determined by a comprehensive, fully constituted committee. It's a separate thing. Doesn't make it a bad idea. Makes it, it's actually, I think it's a really good idea. They're terrific records that are in danger of one bad snowstorm or a state building leaking, which occasionally happens, you may know, away. But it's presented this way. We're agnostic at Administrative Services on whether it's part of the capital budget or standalone legislation. I think this is a perfectly reasonable approach, but you may decide to merge it. I would just say I think it's an important project, and we're very supportive of Justice Marconi's efforts on it, and will no doubt help.
Thank you, Commissioner. Does anybody have questions of Commissioner Carlinghouse? I have one that is just procedural. Do you know, Commissioners, since your department works closely with the governor's office on developing the capital budget that he will present to us, whether or not this project has been presented to the governor as part of that discussion?
It was not. The capital budget hearings were in July, virtually, very much like this, as you might recall. And it was, I don't think it was actually fully formed at that time. And so this is not something that I think he's been looking at. I don't know if his people know otherwise, but I suspect that they're unaware of the request.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions from members of the committee, either here or virtually? Seeing none, thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you for having me.
I have one hand raised from a Susan Reagan. Who had not signed up, but we will recognize her. Ms. Cregan, if you could unmute yourself.
Can
Right
you
there.
hear me? Okay, I'm sorry I don't have a video.
No.
Yes, I'm the Register of Deeds at the Merrimack County Registry of Deeds, and we have subject our records to such a process. It was costly. It took a long time. Fortunately, we have a budget for that. But what I wanted to talk about was the testimony that I submitted via email. And if you don't have it in front of you, I would like to read it. Or let me summarize it.
Summarize, please.
Okay. Where the historic record, the court record is, in my opinion, as a keeper of land records, where it's most important is in the area of research and litigation involving land ownership and usage, for three reasons. First of all, land records they go back quite a bit in time. So for instance, someone could have granted an easement in perpetuity 100, 200 years ago. And our office does not always have those records. We have only whatever records have been filed by someone, by a person. And then we keep that. We are a registry. We are not an official source. So when people do title searches, prepare for litigation about land, they are more likely to go back very far to the first, to the first known ownership or instance where the problem occurred. And the second thing is that land ownership devolves from common law. It is less a process of legislation than other forms of law. And so every time there's a case that has to do with land, that becomes part of the law, because such cases provide precedents to other cases. And then the last thing is that right now, research has been made more difficult. So for instance, someone who wants to develop a large tract of land may need to do a lot of research, and we will be their first source of review. But when there are challenges, they will have to go back not only to our records, but to the court records. And some of these may be old. Now, all of our records are online, going back to our first in the mid-1800s. And we've done a pretty good job, but we have a much smaller body of records, and we have a funding source for them too. And every year when we go for our budget, the legislative committee.
But if we could keep it on the court records and not your own, I would appreciate it.
Sorry, I can't hear you.
I said if you could keep your testimony directed at the court records and not your own county records, that would be appreciated.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you very much. And I also, for everybody's edification, I think all the members of the committee got it. We received a similar testimony from Kelly Monahan, who is president of the New Hampshire Registers of Deeds, in full support of HB 595 for the same reasons that Ms. Reagan just outlined. Are there any questions for the witness?
May I add one thing? I had received word from Coos County that they were going to testify about how important it was that records be available online. As you know, Coos County is somewhat isolated.
Keep it to the court records, it would be appreciated.
Yes. That's it.
Thank you.
Yep.
There are two more hands raised, and I would ask that when we call upon you, if it is new testimony, it would be appreciated, but try to limit repetition from what has already been said by either Justice Marconi or the others who have testified. First one up is Mary Searless. I think I got that right. Welcome to Public Works and Highways, Ms. Searless. You could unmute yourself and.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
We've got you.
My name is Mary Searles. I'm the law librarian at the New Hampshire Supreme Court. And I swear I will be brief. I will add just one thing. I wanted to emphasize the scope of these records and of the various uses that they are used for. These records include not only cases that have published opinions, but also any case that was filed at the Supreme Court, the briefs, the pleadings, correspondence, sometimes from the judges. And there are no other records of these cases that did not result in published opinions. So these are very unique and valuable records that we have. The other thing I wanted to emphasize is the scope of the uses. Genealogists use these records to research family history. We've had law schools ask for copies of these older records. Justice Hans Marconi mentioned the current litigation, but we also have a researcher who is writing a history of the Mount Cobb Railway and is looking at the litigation that was involved with that. So these go far beyond just a history of the court system or just the legal profession, but speak to the history of New Hampshire and her citizens. That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions from members of the committee that are either in the room or attending remotely? Seeing none. I thank you for your testimony. It is appreciated. Before I close this out, I see no other hands raised for House Bill 595. We are starting a little late on the next one. I do want to point out that there is written testimony in support of House Bill 595 from Attorney McLaughlin from the Capital Insights Group, which I think all of the members of the committee received, and it will be in the file. Seeing no other hands raised or people signed up to speak, I will close the hearing on House Bill 595. Thank you very much. And the time being beyond 10:30, I will open the hearing on House Bill 305 and call upon the sponsor, Representative Horrigan, to testify. Representative Horrigan should be brought forward. Hopefully he's on.
There. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I hope you can hear me. And
you can. And identify yourself, Representative Horrigan.
Yes, so my name is Representative Timothy Horrigan. I represent Stratford County District 6, which is the towns of Durham and Madbury, and it's also off of the Stratford, the Spalding Turnpike exit 6 is my exit. This is not the New Jersey legislature. Anyway, HB 305. Well, it's an exact repeat of HB 1363, which was assigned to the Transportation Committee rather than the Public Works Committee, if I recall correctly, and actually passed the committee unanimously, was passed on a voice vote in the full House, and then this was in late February, and then in March we sent it to the Senate, and for as we all know, things were kind of disrupted back then, and this is one of the bills that got lost in the shuffle, and the Senate tabled it. But it deals with a pretty simple bill. It just simplifies the existing law relating to those blue signs which appear shortly before limited access highway exits, which say things like attractions exit 32. So, and the state owns those signs, of course, but and the operators of attractions and motorist services pay yearly fees to have their businesses advertised on the signs. And just a couple of years ago, we contracted with a business which administers the program for the state. The signs are not particularly, well, it's not inexpensive, but it's very beneficial for both businesses and the motorists. And the program costs the state nothing. In fact, I think it actually makes a small profit. And I know you sent me an email asking me, I sent a page of written testimony. There's like long history behind this, but and I want to, I left a lot of the history out, but basically right now under existing law, there's restrictions on how many signs can be erected north of Concord on I-89 or I-93, as opposed from the Massachusetts border to Concord. So right now, south of Concord, the DOT and contractor, I guess, can put up as many additional motorist services and traction signs as they please if there's a demand for more signs. North of Concord, we can do additional traction signs can be erected if needed, but only one set of motorist services signs allowed, even if there's demand for more signs. And well, first of all, the station north of south of Concord, that sounds simple, but actually causes a lot of certain amount of confusion in my part of the state, because we have the Spalding Turnpike, which is the 33-mile limited access, north-south limited access route, which doesn't go particularly near Massachusetts. It's 12 miles from the border, and it goes up to Milton. So it's really unclear where in the Spalding Turnpike north of Concord is. There is Concord's a control city on the exit from my exit 6, but actually Concord is due west of Dover. So anyways, this is just a very simple bill. It's a pro business and pro motorist bill, because as I said, motorists like these signs because they can see what's visible, what's going to be available at the next exit, and the businesses like it because it drives more business to the state. And also businesses especially benefit from it are state liquor stores, which contribute a lot of money to the state coffers, and then also gas stations and restaurants also pay a lot of taxes to the state. So I think we should finish what we started last year, pass it to the committee. This was transportation last time, but it's in your committee this time. And send it off, send it on its way. And I hoping get this passed and signed by the governor pretty soon. So that's my testimony. I'd be happy to take any questions, though there may be others who can speak more to the technical details of it.
Are there any questions from members of the committee for Representative Horrigan, either those in the room or those attending? Seeing none, I would call on the next person who signed up, Mr. Henry Vayu. We could promote Mr. Vayu, would be helpful. Unmute yourself, Henry.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and members of the committee. For the record, my name is Henry Vayu, and I'm here on behalf of the New Hampshire Lodging and Restaurant Association. Our association supports this bill. We were involved when this original statute was created, I don't know, a dozen years or so ago. And there was some concern among folks about logos on the signs north of Concord. And the grand bargain back then was, all right, let's do it Concord South. So this bill here basically just strikes out the language of the prohibition of the logos on the main line of the highway. So they're on as you get off the exits on the main lines up north, you can see the logos, the Common Man or whatever it is, restaurant. At the bottom of the exit ramp, you'll see them, but those logos are prohibited on the main line of the highway, so a mile before the exit. And of course, they're limited to those restaurants and lodging properties that are located near the exit. So this is not for a restaurant that's several miles down the road. The purpose of them obviously is motorist service to let them know that there is something at the exit. So I'll stop there. Just wanted to let the committee know that the Restaurant and Lodging Association does support the bill.
Are there any questions of Mr. Vayu from members of the committee, either here or those attending virtually? Seeing no hands raised, thank you for your testimony, Mr. Vayu. And final speaker on this bill, Mr. Bill Lambert from the Department of Transportation. Could unmute yourself. There you go.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's good to see everybody again, even if it's just in a gallery on screen. And thank you, Mr. Chairman. And for the record, my name is Bill Lambert. I'm the state traffic engineer for the New Hampshire Department of Transportation. I did submit testimony, a written testimony. I hope you all were able to get that. It's essentially just a brief overview or background of the specific service signing program, as it's called by the Manual on Uniform Traffic Control Devices, which is published by Federal Highway. So I won't repeat that. One thing that I would add is that the current bill was kind of prompted by action we took in around 2013 when the New Hampshire Department of Transportation adopted the attractions category and the specific service signs. That came some years after the original food, gas, lodging, camping. And when we had the food, gas, lodging, camping starting in 1995, we only put the specific logos on the ramps, and we had generic symbols for those 4 categories that we could put out on the highway to let people know that those services were available, and then they could find out what the specific choices were when they were on the ramp. When we adopted the attractions category, it was harder to do that because there isn't a generic symbol for attractions. So that prompted those signs to go on the main line, which then prompted the bill to add the other categories on the main line south of Concord. And we've defined north of Concord, at least for our program, to be, I want to say exit 3 on 89, exit 17 and 93, and all of the divided section of the Spalding Turnpike through Rochester. The extension of the Spalding Turnpike north of there, where it goes to 2 lanes, is not included in the program. So there is a history with it, the specific service signs. I noticed Representative Horgan mentioned the term advertising. Federal Highway does not consider them to be advertising. They're a directional signing for a specific motorist service. But the reality is that most of the participants and a lot of the public consider it as advertising, as indicated by Representative Horgan's testimony. It's popular for most of the folks that are in it. We've had some concern about the cost of our contract service. We don't make a profit on it. We do get some payback out of their the revenue that they generate, but it essentially offsets our cost to administer the program. We are not allowed by statute to generate revenue out of it, just to offset the cost of the program so that it's self-supporting. And with that, I'd be happy to take any questions.
Representative Flutie.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The prime sponsor, Representative Horgan, mentioned that this program now makes a small profit for the state. Can you comment, and I assume is that a profit for the highway fund? Thank you.
No, like I just said, he did say that we get money back from the contractor that manages the program, but we're not allowed by statute to generate revenue. We're only allowed to offset the costs to make it self-supporting. So they're essentially paying us back to the highway fund our costs to administer the program. So we've got probably 1.5 positions of persons that are primarily responsible for outdoor advertising control, and most of their time is spent on the logo program, what we call a logo program. So they're essentially just paying that back plus other administrative costs.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman.
And a follow-on to that, if I may, when you say that they are reimbursing or for the administrative costs, is the state recovering all of the administrative costs that this program is costing through this contract?
I would say initially no. The way that the contract was written was that they, and it was a request for proposals. We had one response to that proposal, and their proposals that they would pay us, I think it's $50,000 a year or 5%, whichever was greater. So as their program is started, we're getting that 50,000, which doesn't quite offset our direct costs, but it does have the ability, as they add more signs and generate more revenue over time, that 5% number should get us there.
Representative Ebel. Unmute yourself.
Yep. Good to see you, Mr. Lambert. I don't know about others. I don't seem to have your testimony. I don't know if it would have come from you or Kathleen. So if this was covered in there, could you refresh our memories on the genesis of the exclusion of the signs from the northern part of the state? I'm remembering that part of the concern there was to keep the North Country a little more free of signage, but maybe you can help us. And if you could resend your testimony, that would be great. Thank you.
Yeah, I'd be happy to. I'm not sure how, I submitted the testimony on the link that was provided. I'm not sure how that gets distributed. Chairman Graham, I'd be happy to send it to you, or if there's somebody else, I can do that too. It's all new.
You can send it to me and I will get it, make sure it gets out to everybody.
All right, I appreciate that. And it's good to see you again as well, Representative Ebel. The genesis of the restriction of the area north of Concord, and in my written testimony, I indicated that when the program was first adopted by us in 1995, there were two people that were involved then in developing our administrative rules that were involved with the program kind of on the legislative side and our staff side for a lot of years. And one of those was Representative Chandler from Bartlett. And he was adamantly opposed to a lot of blue signs on the side of the highway, especially up in the North Country. In around the mid-teens, there was a bill moving forward, not the one that was eventually passed that added the mainline sign south of Concord, but I think the session before that. And kind of as an aside, Representative Chandler said something to the effect of, I don't care what you do south of Concord. So that led to language in the bill that allow the signs to be on the main line south of Concord. And that's the way it is now. From my perspective, there are certainly rural interchanges north of Concord and some of them south of Concord, where you don't have a lot of the food, gas, lodging, camping services. Camping's not really going to be at a whole lot of the southern ones anyway. But there are certainly hot spots, say Plymouth, Tilton, certainly Lincoln, Woodstock, Littleton, Lebanon, places like New London, where you're familiar with, where there are a lot of services. And really there's places where the rural sections of the highway, what the program was made for, so that people that needed a break from driving could get off and comfortably find services that they could depend on. I hope that answers your question.
Thank you. Any further questions? Well, any of the members here or not? Thank you for your testimony, Mr. Lambert, and if you could send that out so that we have the history of where this came and where we're going.
All right, we'll do.
Seeing nobody else either signed up or with their hand raised on House Bill 305, I will call the meeting to an end, and we will move on to House Bill 74. Sorry for the delay. For those who have been waiting on House Bill 74, which is an acknowledgement to the Merrimack ramp toll plazas, and I would like to call upon the prime sponsor, Representative Ron. Oh, there you are. Could unmute yourself, Representative Ron? Would be helpful.
Okay, thank you. Can everyone hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thank you very much. I submitted my written testimony yesterday, but I'll enter it into the record. And also for the record, my name is Representative Rosemary Rung. I represent Hillsborough 21, which is the town of Merrimack. Many of you who have been on this committee for years knows that this isn't the first Merrimack toll bill that you've seen. Many bills regarding the turnpike tolls in Merrimack have come before this committee. In one way or another, they have sought relief from the unfair burden on Merrimack residents who have shouldered a disproportional responsibility for the cost of the Everett Turnpike's operation and maintenance. This unfairness continues with plans to install open road tolling in Merrimack just north of Exit 8. That was included in the transportation omnibus bill that was passed last summer by the House. I asked the committee to return to the basics of what a turnpike is as you consider this bill. Turnpikes are user-funded. Drivers that use a turnpike pay for it. To be fair and equitable, the toll should be assessed for all users proportionally. Fairness and equity, that is what this bill is about. This bill is not about banning tolls in Merrimack. It is about assessing tolls where the road gets the most use. Data from the New Hampshire Department of Transportation shows the heaviest traffic is along the Nashua corridor. In fact, the busiest stretch has already been designed and constructed to accommodate toll booths. Unfortunately, politics scuttled this plan, and the busiest section of the turnpike remains free for users. This is not what a turnpike is supposed to be. So I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have. The bill's pretty simple in its language. It's really just to place tolls where there are more users. Thank you.
Are there any questions from members of the committee to Representative Rung? Seeing none, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you very much.
Chair will call upon Representative Blasek, who is in the room as a member of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, so I'll be very brief, but just to echo what Representative Rung said, obviously for many, many years, the citizens of Merrimack have been disproportionately affected. They practically couldn't move in the town without paying a toll. And, you know, luckily some of the tolls have been removed now, and so that's no longer the case, but Merrimack is not the busiest section. Nashua is, and so if we're going to at some point add new tolls back in, it should be where there is the most traffic and not where the people of Merrimack will be disproportionately affected.
Are there any questions from members of the committee for Representative Blasek? Or you could save it for the executive session. If not, Representative Bob Hayes, I believe, is signed up to speak. I don't see him here. How about Nancy Murphy?
Mr. Chairman, could it be Representative Healy that you're looking for?
Who?
Representative Healy that you were looking for, not Hayes, Healy?
No, I got a Bob Hayes, a Jerry Hayes, and Nancy Murphy who are signed up to speak. They're not here. And a Sylvie Hare, she or he is on. If Seeing none, those are the members of, I assume the public, because nobody said if they were elected official. I have two sheets of people, primarily, I assume from Merrimack, who has signed in support of the bill, but do not wish to participate by testifying. It is a long list, but those names will be entered into the record. And I see one hand raised. Representative Horrigan, do you have something new to add? If so, you could bring him forward.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. First of all, I just wanted to say that the Prime sponsor is one of the most outstanding members of the House. There's anybody worked harder to serve the people of her town or her state. So this these exits are a severe inconvenience for the people of Merrimack who have to who have to pay to get on and off the turnpike, even if they're just like using it to get across town. And it's also an inconvenience for other motorists. Either.
Horrigan, if we could stick to what the bill says.
Oh, sorry. Yes, I'm getting there. So I'm Representative Timothy Horrigan, Stratford County District 6. I continue to represent Durham and Madbury. So it's an inconvenience for other motorists too, because we were talking a minute ago about motorist services and attractions. Merrimack has actually many of those. It's a fine community. It does a lot more than just connect Bedford to Nashua. And so I think and those motorist services, I think they have the blue signs on the highway, and certainly they're also like adjacent to the exit more so than many other exits. So this is an inconvenience for all motorists. And and also toll booths in general are an obsolete technology. We're moving towards overhead tolling, but we do the overhead tolling. All communities should be treated fairly. So certainly Merrimack, people of Merrimack or visitors to Merrimack should not have to pay more tolls than visitors to Nashua or any of the other towns along our limited access highways. So that's why I just wanted to chime in and say this is a good bill. So thanks.
Thank you. Any questions for Representative Horrigan from members of the committee? Seeing none.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. You're doing a great job. Thanks.
I see a hand raised from a Mr. Gary Abbott. Who? Is she on? Okay. Representative Murphy.
Oh, good morning. Thank you, Mr. Chair and honorable committee members. I'm Nancy Murphy, a Merrimack resident. And I just wanted to say that I would hope that you could vote to pass on this bill. Our Merrimack community has shouldered a large financial burden for the New Hampshire toll system for a number of years. And I think citizens feel like we certainly, need to pay our part, but it seems our part continues to maybe exceed that of other users of the tolls. So I would ask that you consider this bill as a relief for the town of Merrimack, and that in the transportation plan, a determination be made where the usage is, if there's a higher usage, that tolls be put in there, which will of course help the state, but it will also unburden Merrimack residents. So that was it. Just wanted to briefly check in and say thank you for taking my testimony.
Okay, thank you very much. Are there any questions for the Honorable Nancy Murphy? Seeing none, neither here nor virtually, thank you for your testimony. If we could promote Mr. Abbott.
Thank you, Chairman. Can everybody hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. For the record, my name's Gary Abbott. I'm the Executive Vice President of the Associated General Contractors of New Hampshire. I will tell you, I bring these bills before my board of directors. This bill we reviewed, we had a major concern about this bill, that it kind of sets a precedent when it comes to construction planning, that you would start to file legislation if you didn't want something without really knowing the full scope. As we all know, the Merrimack tolls, we also know for a long time there was just one Merrimack toll, and then there was going to be a circumferential highway, going to be a toll in Nashua, and there's going to be a toll in Bedford. Nashua didn't go. It has a long history, but what we see is one of our major concerns is it sets a precedent of communities filing legislation with the State House saying they don't want tolls. And this would be, in my opinion, or in our association's opinion, a bad precedent to start setting. It should be really discussed as projects are proposed and toll booths are proposed in the future. I also think there's concern of binding one legislative group to another through this kind of action. This really is different than what we've seen in the past, to have an outright statute that bans a certain thing, whether it's tolls in a community or not. So I just wanted to raise that with the committee, that is one of the things we looked at. We know the legislature will look at any future projects and consider those on case by case. And the legislature over the last few years has removed tolls from Merrimack. So, that should be an important point. But with that, thank you for taking the time to listen to my testimony.
Thank you, Mr. Abbott. Are there any questions, Mr. Abbott, from members of the committee? I see none here. And I
Thank
see
you.
no hands raised from our virtual members. Thank you, Mr. Abbott. And finally, I would like to hear from Victoria Sheehan, Commissioner of the Department of Transportation, who has her hand raised. Welcome, Commissioner.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. For the record, Victoria Sheehan, Commissioner of the Department of Transportation. Before I begin my remarks, I just want to thank the chair for the invitation this afternoon to speak to the committee. We look forward to talking about the roles of the department in more detail this afternoon. But this morning I wanted to speak to the language in the bill and just make sure that the committee understands how the current 10-year plan process works. As Commissioner of DOT, I do not add projects to the 10-year plan. The 10-year plan process is a 3-phase process. The first phase, we work with GASIT, the Governor's Advisory Committee on Intermodal Transportation. And then we work with the governor in the second phase, and then the last phase is the legislative phase. So as commissioner, I don't have the authority to add projects into the 10-year plan. In the GASIT phase, that first phase, the commissioner is a non-voting member of GASIT. And so really, in each phase, the department is tasked with drafting a plan on behalf of that body who is overseeing that phase of the process. So it's either GASIT that would introduce a project, the governor, or the legislature. I just wanted to make sure you understood what authorities the Commissioner of Transportation currently has as you reflect on the content of this bill. With respect to the location of tolls, where we cite a toll plaza is currently the responsibility of the legislature.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there any questions of the Commissioner from members of the committee, either in the room or attending virtually? Any general questions you have of her, not specific to this bill, we will take up this afternoon. So questions on her statements about this bill? Seeing none, thank you, Commissioner. I see no one else has signed up. I see no further hands raised. At this point, I would like to close the hearing on House Bill 74. I would ask all of the committee that is attending remotely to turn your cameras back on. We're about to go into executive session, and the speakers rule and guidance that you saw in the calendar and that I have reiterated is I have to be able to see your face if you're participating remotely. So thank you very much. I hate mess. Before we have some time, so we have one more bill that starts at 11:30. But before we get to that point, I would like to open the executive session on bills that we have before us. The first bill up in this executive session is House Bill 595, making a capital appropriation for the digitization and preservation of certain New Hampshire Supreme Court records. Representative Mills, you have a motion.
I do, Mr. Chair. In regards to the fact that this is mostly due to the capital budget, I move to retain House Bill 595.
I will second that motion, Mr. Chairman.
The motion has been made and seconded that the committee retain House Bill 595. I would like to say one thing. I support this motion. It has been the longstanding practice of the committee that when we have large capital appropriations of $2 million, believe it or not, is a large appropriation for capital expenditures in the capital budget, that we bundle them all into the capital budget so that when the governor presents his capital budget and the treasurer tells us what we can afford to bond, that we can look at all of the projects at the same time rather than just having piecemeal. We have found that has worked under chairman like Representative McConkey and others. We've tried to do that. So does anybody else have anything to say about the motion to retain House Bill 595?
Mr. Chairman, I'd just like to echo your statements, and I think this is a very worthwhile, but hopefully we can include some money in the capital budget for this task and maybe get the Bar Association to chip in.
I haven't figured that out, but,
but I think we should retain it, definitely.
Thank you, Representative Cloutier. Anybody else? I see no hands raised from panelists. Do I? No. Seeing none, the clerk will call the roll.
Representative McConkey.
Aye.
The clerk votes yes. Representative Samaro.
I vote yes.
Representative Newton.
I vote yes.
Representative Blasek.
Yes.
Representative Boards.
Yes.
Representative Kaczynski.
Yes.
Representative Kalansky.
Yes.
Representative Thompson.
Yes.
Representative Cloutier.
Yes.
Representative Edgar.
Aye.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Abbott.
Yes.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Representative Peterson.
Yes.
Representative Query.
Yes.
Representative Bunker.
Yes.
And the chair, Representative
Yes.
Graham, votes yes. Total vote is 21-0.
Vote being 21-0, the motion to retain is adopted and the bill will be retained. Next up, the executive session on House Bill 305 relative to motorist service signs on limited access highways. Do I hear a motion?
Okay, yeah, I will make a motion to pass, Mr. Chairman, but I do have a question. DOT, Mr. Lambert testified, what was his position? Did he indicate?
It was informational.
Informational only, okay.
As is usual.
Okay.
It's the way I gathered, it was a legislative prerogative to say yay or nay. They provide information.
Okay, all right, in this case, and sometimes they do take a position just for the new
Representative
member.
Cloutier has moved not to pass on 305. Is there a second? Representative Jack, second.
And I would like to speak to my motion, please, when you get a chance. Okay, thank you. I believe last term, it was a different committee, the House Transportation Committee, passed this bill. And I believe it went to the House, was on consent calendar, passed, and then we sent it to the Senate, and then the pandemic hit, and they didn't do anything. It was just not one of their priorities. And I think in reading Representative Corrigan's testimony beforehand, I just think this makes sense. I think you can argue a fairness issue. I don't know. That's what I think it may make. It maybe can't make a profit, but it may help offset some of the costs that DOT has of monitoring the signs, and at least it should be a break even. You know, that it shouldn't be costing DOT anything to put up these signs. You know, so I feel it's important that we pass this bill, the full House pass it, send it to the Senate. Hopefully this time the Senate will do the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments on the ought to pass motion on House Bill 305? Seeing none, clerk will call the roll. And John, I got the blurb for you.
Okay, good. Yes, I know. I just remember that. I have to do the writing, unfortunately. Okay.
Representative McConkey.
Aye.
Clerk votes yes. Representative Samaro.
I vote yes.
Representative Newton.
Yes.
Representative Blasek.
Yes.
Representative Boards.
Yes.
Representative Kaczynski.
Yes.
Representative Kalansky.
Yes.
Representative Thompson.
Yes.
Representative Cloutier.
Yes.
Representative Edgar.
Aye.
Representative Ebel.
Aye.
Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Abbott.
Yes.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Representative Peterson.
Yes.
Representative Query.
Yes.
Representative Bunker.
Yes.
And the chairman,
Yes.
Representative Graham.
Yes.
(21-0) is the vote, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. The vote being 21-0 on not to pass, the motion is adopted. Any objection to the consent calendar from any members of the committee? Seeing none, it will be on the consent calendar. Thank you. House Bill 74, executive session. The act relative to Merrimack ramp toll plazas. Representative McConkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move ITL and expedient to legislate on House Bill 74.
There a second? A second from Representative Abbott. It's been moved and seconded that House Bill 74 be found inexpedient to legislate. What discussion is there? Any members here or attending virtually? Representative Cloutier.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate the prime sponsor and all the sponsors' motivation for putting this in. If I lived in Merrimack, I'd obviously want to do something about this issue. But I have to look at it as a former chair, vice chair, et cetera. I've been around. I've got to look at the total impact on the turnpike system. And it would be great, I think the prime sponsor mentioned about something about putting them elsewhere. Well, the problem is the people in the area she mentioned are not wild about a toll. And I remember being here when we tried that. Our entire majority of our committee agreed to do it. We brought it to the House floor as part of the 10-year plan, and it was immediately took out. You could made your head spin. I didn't figure they'd get the votes. I figured it would just be the people in the affected area, and that's basically it. The problem is no one wants a toll booth in their area. But it's something too, it's something that was put in before I came to this legislature. So we have to have revenue if we're going to have a turnpike system. If we abolish it, we're still going to have to maintain those roads. And I believe when I was in my first term, there was a similar bill that Merrimack reps put in, and we were told, I don't know if this is true, but this was in 1993, that it was going to, if we abolished all the tolls in the entire system, and granted, that's what it aimed to do, a 10-cent increase in the gas tax. So, and maybe that was, who knows whether that was right or not. But the point is, if we abolish tolls, we're still going to have to maintain those roads, and it's going to have to come from somewhere, whether it's a turnpike fund or a highway fund and gas taxes, et cetera. No one wants to pay more on gas tax either. So with some reluctance, I'm going to vote the motion to support ITL, and maybe we can, I don't know, get into, and I've tried to work with past the town of Merrimack on some sort of compromise, because I can understand, if I was from that area, believe me, I'd want to eliminate as many tolls, and I think now, because of a bill we passed increasing the gas tax a few years ago, or the road toll, and the governor and council's action last year, I think 2 out of the 3 tolls have now been eliminated. So we're making progress if you look at it from a Merrimack perspective. I just don't think we're there yet until we can get some sort of agreement where what we want to do with tolls, whether it's open road tolling or put them in a particular part of the state, that everybody can agree upon. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Representative Cloutier. Representative Faulkner, you have your hand raised.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to add, I think that if we get into judging what's fair by what town people come from, we're never going to hear the end of it. We've already heard Merrimack versus Nashua, and it'll be Concord versus Manchester. The only fair way to allocate the cost of the turnpike is by how much people use it. And that ought to be our criterion, and our only criterion. If there's an exception for some other reason, and I've heard that we don't want to have a toll before the first exit because of the people coming up to the mall, then it ought to be judged on whether that has a positive impact on the state as a whole rather than one town versus another. Because I just think this town versus town is going to be an unending battle forever.
Thank you. Representative Blasek. That's one of the sponsors.
I just want to point out this bill isn't really about town versus town. It is about the usage. So I think the reason why Representative Rung brought up Nashua versus Merrimack is because Nashua has higher traffic. It's used more than Merrimack. So we're not really comparing towns. We are trying to compare usage.
Thank you. I see no other hands raised from our virtual members and none in here. Mr. Clerk, are we ready for the vote on an expedient to legislate on House Bill 74?
We are, Mr. Chair. Representative McConkey. Aye. Clerk votes yes. Representative Samaro.
I vote yes.
Representative Newton.
Yes.
Representative Blasek.
No.
Representative Boards.
Yes.
Representative Kaczynski.
Yes.
Representative Kalansky.
Yes.
Representative Thompson.
Yes.
Representative Cloutier.
Yes.
Representative Edgar.
Aye.
Representative Ebel.
Yes.
Representative Jack.
Yes.
Representative Abbott.
Yes.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
It's gonna cost you.
Yeah, that's gonna cost me. Representative Peterson.
Yes.
Representative Query.
Yes.
Representative Bunker.
Yes.
Representative Graham.
Yes.
20-1, Mr. Chair.
With a
Motion
vote to
passed.
20-1, the motion of ITL is adopted. Is there an objection to the consent calendar? Seeing no objection, it will go to the consent calendar. That brings us up to our last bill. We have 5 minutes before it is scheduled to be heard. Take a break. Remember that the mics are live. I just gotta make sure that you understand that.
I have a big mouth.
The mic is always live.
Ringer's off.
Yeah, thank you.
There we go.
John,
How does I do?
John Hunt charges his members $20 if it goes on.
Yeah, put it on account.
That's a lunch fund.
Yeah, it's their lunch fund for the end of the day.
I'm just gonna vote no.
I'm gonna go vote, they didn't give me another.
Okay.
Everyone, you have to
Another-
vote on that.
Thank you.
had a feeling.
See, just pronounce it.
In our real.
How do you say it?
Peter Song, I believe that's how you pronounce it.
Okay.
So he's gonna testify against it. Peter Sanchez. Sanchez.
I went to an anytime
Do the
I
best,
get
I
that,
believe
like,
that's how
and
he
I'm-
pronounced
again, I
it.
walk in
If
the-
not, he will correct it. I would just say, well, just do the best.
Yeah.
I murdered his name all the time.
I did that for 2 years.
That's right, yeah, you got the experience too.
Yeah, I do that.
Representative Eagle.
Yes.
I see
They were pretty good.
food and drink is permitted at your committee table.
Just a pretzel.
Guys, I know.
Nice to see you.
11:30.
11:30.
I saw you.
Thank you, committee members. The hour being 11:30. Committee members, the hour being 11:30, I would like to convene House Bill 114 relative to the erection of sound barriers in the vicinity of T-Berry Lane in the town of Bedford. And the chairman would recognize Representative Graham to introduce the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. I am Representative John Graham, Hillsborough District 7, which is the town of Bedford. I bring this forward at the request of constituents within the town who live along T-Berry Lane. T-Berry Lane parallels the F.E. Everett Turnpike in the town of Bedford. It was built, and the houses were built primarily there before the turnpike was expanded. When I was growing up, the divided highway ended at what is now exit 5 in Nashua. And you got off, it then became a 2-lane road all the way up through Pittsburgh. So as the turnpike has expanded, the houses are there. They are older homes by and large, not insulated for sound protection or the rest. But they run into a problem every time that the turnpike is expanded or rebuilt and widened, that they don't meet the density rule under erection of sound walls. There's not enough houses along that road, even though the decibels, the actual sound that is hitting those sounds actually does exceed what should be done. So I bring this forward, and one of the returning members of the committee know we have heard this bill before. It is a perennial issue for the residents of T-Berry Lane and hence of the representatives from Bedford. So I bring this forward. One of the last times it was heard, there was talk about it didn't meet federal highway funding guidance, which is why you see that I am suggesting that the cost be taken out of turnpike fund since it's along the turnpike. But that is up to the committee to determine where the charge would come from. But I think as a matter of working with the people of T-Berry Lane who've been long suffering on this issue, that we go ahead and pass this bill. And with that, I will try to take any questions. I think the department is also available at the end to talk about costs and benefits and the rest, but I will leave it at that.
Thank you, Representative Graham. Are there questions for Representative Graham?
I have one.
Yes, Representative Thompson, you recognize.
Representative Graham, T-Berry Lane, where is that with respect to where 101 crosses Route 3?
It is essentially, if you're headed south on the FD Everett, you go under the underpass where Target and Lowe's Depot are up on the hill, and there's now some hotels up there. A little bit further, it's on the right. It's separated by some trees essentially from the FD Everett. So it's on that side.
Thank you. Is there a follow-up?
Thank you.
Are there further questions for, yes, Representative Blessing?
Were the houses, I'm assuming the houses are not that old, that they were built before the turnpike?
By and large, yes. I can't guarantee every one of them was built before the turnpike was widened. And it has been widened in the last few years, as well as we worked on the airport access road and made additional lanes for that run right by that very area.
Thank you. Further questions for Representative Graham? Yes, Representative. I'm sorry, my eyes aren't focusing that far.
But that highway's been there for several years. What expanded is actually the highway there, where these houses were.
There's a huge the question was, for those who may not have heard it, is the highway's been there for a longer time than what I was talking about the extension. But there's a huge difference between a 2-lane road meandering through Merrimack and others, and Bedford and Manchester, as opposed to a 4-lane divided highway. There's actually about 6 lanes through there right now, 3 in each direction, with trucks and increased traffic and all the rest. So it has gotten worse over the decades.
Thank you, Representative Kaczynski. Are there other members with questions for Representative Graham? Seeing none, thank you, Representative. Our second speaker, which is all that I believe we have signed up here, Representative Samosic. I apologize for this. Are you present, Representative? Yes. Please unmute and be recognized, please. Go right ahead.
Hello. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman and committee members. I want to say to begin with that I'm totally a big supporter of sound barriers when the DOT has certified that a community or a neighborhood deserves them. In fact, some of the members on this committee know that a year ago, I actually submitted a bill not only to increase highway funding, which is desperately needed, but also to set aside a small amount of that for annually taking care of our 49 locations that have been certified to need sound barriers. Neighborhoods that have, like the neighborhood in Portsmouth, have been waiting sometimes over 30 years to get what they have been certified to have be entitled to, but because there was a lack of funding of it. Now, I understand that, every neighborhood has its own unique situation, but I want to point out that in contrast to the Bedford site, the one in Portsmouth, for example, expands up to 12 lanes of traffic in that neighborhood, and the sound is incredible. So there is a process that the DOT has for dealing with this, at least as far as putting them on a list of type 2 noise abatement projects. However, the problem has always been funding. So I am a strong supporter of doing both funding for sound barriers and increasing the highway funding. But on the other hand, this bill, in my opinion, and I'm a cheapskate and I'm a fiscally conservative Democrat, both personally and publicly, this bill is unfunded. There is no funding for it, and it's $2 million of unfunding for a worthwhile project, however, without a designated source of revenue. So because of that, I think it's inherently a questionable project. Now, I'm more than willing to offer my bill as an amendment to this bill so that we could get some funding for it, as well as for the highway fund. However, under the conditions that it is right now, I would be opposing it. And I want to point out that the Penaway Manor neighborhood that I represent is a blue-collar neighborhood that was built for World War II workers at the shipyard. And these are very modest homes and very modest incomes. And since I used to be a resident of Amherst, I know that Bedford is a relatively wealthy community. So I'm assuming that they made enough noise to get themselves onto a bill, a one-time bill just for them. And I think that is a process we want to avoid too. If we want to have every one of the 49 sites submit their own bill, standalone, without funding, asking you to approve it, I think it would be a chaotic process. And I hope you will decide not to agree with this bill as written. Thank you very much.
Representative, for your testimony. Is there anyone with questions for the representative?
Oh, can I, Mr. Chairman, can I add something, a personal note?
Excuse me, Representative, it's new information that concerns only this bill. I'll be happy to take it, sir.
It's just new information about the pronunciation of my name. Now,
Please do, sir. I apologize.
It's a Serbo-Croatian name, and I'm not going to pronounce it the way it's pronounced in Serbo-Croatian, but I would just suggest that it is Samsic, and I will give an exemption to Representative Cloutier, though.
Okay. Thank you for that, sir.
Thank you.
I will try and do better next time. Is there anyone else wishing to testify on 114? Oh, I'm sorry. The chair recognizes Genevieve Good, please. Just state your name and unmute, and we'd like to hear what you have to say.
I apologize. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay, perfect. With respect to, I apologize, I did not jot down the gentleman's name who was just speaking. I do agree with him when he states that it is a bit of a clunky process to have each 49 towns to submit it individually. However, there has been extensive work on behalf of Teaberry Lane to go about doing this. So to vote against it simply because each town needs to, of the clunky process, I'll just summarize it as that, would be passive. And if it is, in fact, voted against for that specific reason, then I would like to know what the process would be going forward to try to push this forward in the best interest for the quality of the lives of the Teaberry Lane residences, which the homes, from what I could see, have been erected in the 80s. I'm not sure what the lady's name who was asking about when they were built, but around the 80s, from what I could see just by using the public information just a moment ago.
Jimmy, could I ask you to, I believe you asked a question of the chair, and I'm not sure what your question was. Could I ask you to repeat that, please, if you had a question?
Sure. The question is, if this is voted against the bill, I would like, because of the reason for the clunkiness of each town having to submit their own case to have a sound wall erected, I would like to know what the process would be going forward to try to get this sound wall erected. If not just for Teaberry Lane, then going forward for all 49 towns that are asking for it.
Okay, thank you. The process would be to work with your, I believe, to start with your regional authority, transportation, and try and get it included in as part of a 10-year plan, or if this is the federal highway, through the GASSET process.
Understood. From what I understand, though, it is not a federal highway. It was sold to the state.
I believe you are correct in that. So that there is a process, and that is ongoing. And speak with your regional planning authority and work on the project to come to the 10-year plan, if it were to indeed fail today.
Okay. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next to speak, Representative Jack, is there someone else here? Oh. The chair recognizes Chris Wanchek from New Hampshire DOT. You just unmute and state your name, and I have not seen you for a couple of years. Just like to say hello and please testify.
Well, good morning. I think it's still morning. Representative and Mr. Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Chris Waschuk, and I'm Deputy Commissioner with the Department of Transportation. And what I like to do, I did submit testimony, which I'm going to kind of go through fairly quickly relative to this bill. The department is certainly sympathetic to the plight of this affected neighborhood, as well as there are almost 300 neighborhoods across the state that have noise issues. And noise is certainly a serious issue adjacent to our state highways, and it certainly has an impact on the quality of life of those people living there. Sound walls and noise barriers, when effectively and properly designed, will reduce the sound of traffic that negatively affect those areas. While sympathetic to T-Berry Lane and those residences, the department cannot support this bill based on the eligibility criteria and funding. That is, T-Berry Lane does not meet the criteria of our noise wall policy, and there aren't sufficient funds. Residential areas must meet specific criteria to be eligible for sound walls. That eligibility criteria incorporates federal requirements and provides uniformity and consistency to make the process fair statewide. T-Berry Lane does not meet the eligibility criteria for sound walls. The department has a noise policy. That policy was, the department has operated under that noise abatement policy for over 20 years. The first policy was signed and enacted by then Commissioner Leon Kennison and approved by Federal Highway in 1996. More recently, in November of 2016, the department, with Federal Highway's approval, updated the noise policy to include both Type 1 and Type 2 highway projects. Type 1 being a project where there is proposed work. For example, right now we have the F.E. Everett widening that is proposed on the Turnpike in Nashua, Merrimack, and Bedford. And under that project, this actual location was evaluated, and I will talk to that in one moment. Type 2 is a location where there is no highway improvement programmed and where there was no prior determination that a noise abatement measure was not feasible or not reasonable. So these policies have really guided and continue to guide the noise assessment in developing all of the department's highway projects to ensure consistency and fairness. Relative to T-Berry Lane, so this neighborhood noise assessments were conducted on several occasions. First occasion being when an airport access road was planned. There was an environmental impact study that was done at that time. That was back in 1997. The final environmental impact statement was issued in 2001. On page 4, 154 of that document, T-Berry Lane neighborhood is discussed. And it states in that document that Area 4, which is T-Berry Lane, has a total of 6 impacted residential receptors located along T-Berry Lane and County Road in Bedford, west of the southbound travel lanes of the F.E. Everett Turnpike, where noise barrier would be an effective mitigation measure. At that time, a preliminary engineering assessment identified the barrier to be almost 1,500 feet long and cost approximately $805,000. It was noted that 7 residential receptors would receive a noise reduction benefit of 5 to 8 decibels. However, it concluded that based on preliminary information gathered to date, it would not be economically reasonable to construct the barrier based on the cost effectiveness criteria of the policy. In November 2011, noise measurements were taken by the Department's Bureau of Environment and confirmed the results of the Airport Access Road FEIS, that at least 5, likely 6 residences approach or exceed the noise abatement criteria of 67 decibels. So without a doubt, there is high noise levels at these locations. However, based on the reasonableness cost criteria, it was determined that a noise barrier at this location would exceed the cost criteria by almost 4 times, $115,000 per benefiting resident as compared to the $30,000 cost criteria at that time. More recently, as part of the preliminary engineering and environmental study work for the Nashua Merrimack Bedford Manchester project, or the Effie Everett widening project, a noise assessment was conducted and completed as part of the environmental study for that project. As part of that project, 25 noise analysis locations were evaluated along the corridor with noise measurements from 2016. As well as what they do is they use future noise predicted by FHWA's traffic noise prediction model. 20 of these 25 locations were identified with high noise that exceeds or meets the noise criteria. 20 of 25. Teabury Lane and County Road were one of the 25 areas evaluated, and one of the 20 areas which included had high noise and will continue to have high noise in the future. The study found that an optimal noise barrier would be a little over 2,200 feet, similar to what the Airport Access Road study determined, an average 16 feet in height, and would benefit 9 residences, so would benefit 3 more residences, providing at least a 5 decibel reduction. So this would result in approximately 3,600 square feet of barrier, or 4,000 square feet per residence, which exceeds the 1,500 square foot cost effectiveness criteria that we have. We've changed from a cost requirement to a dimensional requirement. It's 1,500 square feet now per residence. That is the criteria. On page 413 of the environmental study, it states that the area is expected to experience noise impacts but exceeds the square footage threshold and therefore is not reasonable. So no barriers proposed as part of that type 1 project. As part of the Effie Everett widening project, noise barriers in 7 of the 20 high noise locations are proposed as part of that project because they meet the criteria for noise and cost effectiveness. The estimated cost of those barriers is $8.8 million, which will be funded and paid for under the project. The other 13 locations, including Teabury Lane, do not meet the criteria for cost effectiveness, although they do meet the criteria for noise, and no barriers are proposed as part of that project. These 13 locations would cost an additional $13.2 million if no cost criteria existed, or dimensional criteria exists. We've conducted noise assessments routinely as part of projects, and there are many locations where the barrier is feasible, so it meets the noise reduction criteria, however, is not reasonable because it's not cost effective. Based on recent, and this is just over the last decade, recent project development projects, there were 29 individual locations which were eliminated from noise barrier construction because they did not meet the department's noise policy for cost effectiveness. In total, these locations would exceed $32 million. And they're in locations in Salem, all the way up through Manchester along the I-93 corridor, in Newington, along the Spalding corridor, in the vicinity of the Airport Access Road, in Manchester, Auburn, and other Manchester locations. So there are many locations statewide where homes exist in relative close proximity to the highway and have high noise levels. The state cannot afford to provide noise barriers in all these locations. We have conducted, and what Representative Somsich in his earlier testimony referred to as type 2 noise assessment. It's kind of a screening study where 298 areas were reviewed, and certainly T-Berry Lane was one of those. That document is on our website. It was done in 2017. The study revealed that 49 locations statewide, 26 on the turnpike system and 23 on the non-turnpike highways, meet the eligibility criteria for noise abatement in both feasibility as well as reasonableness or cost effectiveness. The estimated total barrier length to address those 49 locations is 37 miles, and the estimated cost in today's dollars is $190 million. T-Berry Lane was not one of those 49 locations. They fell way down on that list. Actually, they were 91st. So 90 locations have high noise as well as a cost effectiveness criteria higher than the T-Berry Lane neighborhood. Presently, there is no funding in the 10-year plan to address any of these noise impeded locations, these type 2 locations. In conclusion, there have been many bills filed over the years to address highway noise, and each time the department cautions against approving individual locations and suggests that the issue be addressed as part of the overall 10-year plan process. Type 2 program was developed in 2016 to expand eligibility for sound walls, but it has not been funded. Appropriating $1.8 million of turnpike funds for a project in this location to construct sound walls when the barrier is determined to not be cost effective is precedent setting and will open an avalanche of other requests. And due to impacts of COVID on traffic and turnpike toll revenue, delays to major turnpike capital projects that are shown in the current 10-year plan are inevitable, and appropriating $1.8 million of turnpike revenue will essentially draw on those same funds being utilized for capital programs and create further delays. So for the above reasons, the department cannot support the use of turnpike funds, federal funds or highway funds for the construction of this barrier. And with that, I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Commissioner. Are there questions from the members in the room? Are there questions from those others in attendance, committee members? Seeing none, thank you. Thank you for your testimony. Wishing to speak, Representative Jack, is there anyone else in there wishing to speak? Seeing no other speakers, is that correct, Representative Jack? Seeing no other speakers, I will bring House Bill 114 to a close. Thank you.
Moving right along, I would like to open the executive session on House Bill 114 FN. What is the pleasure of the committee? Representative McConkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to move ITL on House Bill 114. If I could have a moment after, if there's a second to speak to that.
Representative Abbott seconds. It's been moved and seconded that House Bill 114, even though it's from the chairman, be found inexpedient to legislate. Discussion, Representative McConkey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I will try not to do this too many times to your legislation going forward. I and former members of this committee, I'm speaking for myself, are very sympathetic with the noise generated by this highway. We have looked at this for a number of years. The committee has not been in favor of singular legislation coming before this committee to solve an issue. And due to the costs associated with this, in addition to that, and not having a funding source to handle that, I offered this motion, ITL.
I do have one question though for the department, just so that everybody is clear. If whomever from the department wants to try to answer what I'm going to ask. You talked about the top 49 that are in the criteria being 190 million, somewhere in that neighborhood. What if we were to go beyond that? What's kind of money are we talking about to bring satisfaction along all of these highways where the neighbors have high noise level but don't meet the other criteria? Do we have a figure for that?
I'm sorry, Representative, because I was actually, I needed to rejoin. I was bumped out. Can you repeat the question? I'll be happy to answer it.
How much, you testified it was about, for the 49 that was mentioned, it's about 190 million. If we were to go beyond that and go to everybody who is having noise problems but don't meet the criteria laid out, do we have a ballpark figure on what kind of money we're talking?
Yes, that was actually, I anticipated that question, so that I asked our staff to compile that list. In essence, there are 143 areas that were evaluated as part of that type 2 study that have high noise levels, so the noise is exceeded. In order to address all those 143 areas, and they're both on the Turnpike system and off the Turnpike system, it's $450 million in today's dollars. And that is based on, they did an approximation of the square footage required for each wall. It's based on the current estimate that it costs $46 a square foot to construct a noise barrier.
Thank you. I just wanted to get the ballpark so that we could frame the question going forward when I keep bringing this up. Any other discussion on the part of the committee? For those members of the public who have their hand raised, we are in executive session and we do not take new testimony during the executive session. The only reason I asked the DOT to come back is to get those figures in our mind, and in my mind, going forward. Representative Thompson.
No, never mind. Let's move.
Mr. Chairman, okay, thank you. With some reluctance, I am going to vote for ITL for this bill, with all due respect, Mr. Chairman. But I'll tell you, this committee has been dealing with this issue for over 20 years now. I was here, and I voted against a member of my own party for a sound barrier for her area. So it's an ongoing, and that was, I guess I could say, Portsmouth. So Representative Sonic, that was 22 years ago, I think. We've been trying to deal, but we didn't have the money. And I think, with all due respect, we've got to deal with this issue. And I suggest next year, and I'd be willing to work with anybody else, even though it's not doesn't really affect my area, to come up with putting something in the 10-year plan to try to begin to erect some of these sound in areas that meet the criteria, at least, to deal with this. And another thing I think represents the member from Portsmouth, Somsich, and I hope I pronounced that name right, failed to mention, he just mentioned the highway fund. Some of these, I think, like your bill, the Turnpike, so we could take money from it isn't all the highway fund. We could take it from both depending on where the barrier is to be erected. But the point is that there's money involved, and I think we need to begin to address this in the 10-year plan as the proper venue. And if we were to pass this bill, I think we'd have a fight and there'd be amendments on the floor, and plus next year, even if it passed, even if it was retained, there's going to be a bunch of bills, similar bills, we're going to have to consider. But I think nevertheless, I think all the sponsors, including yourself, make a good point, and I think we've got to deal with it. And it's a matter of money. So I think hopefully next year I would be willing to put something in the 10-year plan to begin to deal with this issue, because we're not going to deal with it sooner unless there's some federal stimulus money that could be, which I doubt very much will happen in the next year or so. Thank you.
Any other members of the committee have anything to add? Representative Kalinsky.
Yes, hi, this is Representative Kalansky, Cheshire District 13.
Apologies.
I just have a clarification question. Being a newer member, could you clarify what exactly the motion is and what it represents?
The motion before us is inexpedient to legislate, usually abbreviated ITL. It means just that. We are recommending to the entire House of Representatives that the bill be killed. And once the House votes on that, if it adopts the recommendation, then the bill is dead, not just for this year, unless it comes back in a substantially different format. So this is, our recommendation would be that this bill not become law and that it not go to the Senate, and that would be the end of the bill for this session.
Okay, thank you very much.
Representative.
Thank you. If I heard this testimony correctly from the DOT, the benefit was for 9 residences? So
That is what he testified,
so
yes.
with $1.8 million, that's $200,000 per house. No way I could vote for something like that. But kind of philosophy on this, I don't know if it's possible for the government to always keep the quality of your life the same no matter what happens around. It just sounds like it's a recipe for disaster for the state of New Hampshire. Trying to do that, you know, I guess if you have a concern for noise, I just thought I'd go out and stick somewhere and keep track of it.
Well, and speaking very parochially, because I live in Bedford, it does affect property values once the noise goes up. And if you try to sell the home, as some of the residents are my age or older, and are looking at their empty nesters and want to try to move on, the property value is not commensurate with the rest of the community because of the noise. And so that's part of the problem. I understand what you're saying about the cost-benefit analysis to the state. I may or may not agree with it in this particular issue, but what bothers me is that $450 million figure for every place. Anybody else?
Mr. Speaker.
Yeah, Representative Thomas.
I'm just surprised that the Department of Transportation is stuck on one solution to a vast problem when at least a temporary solution. I don't think any of us believe that section of Turnpike is done, that there isn't going to be more work done there. And in an area where it's, like you said, affecting property values and quality of life, sometimes they can go in and put in an evergreen barrier that isn't the best solution, but it's a relatively inexpensive solution to a problem like that. I know it's been done other places in the state. It's not a permanent solution because sometimes the trees can't take the salt from the road, and it depends on what the layout of the land is. But it might be something for them to look at.
I agree with you. Representative Cloutier suggested that maybe we look at that over the next year or so while we're waiting to get the 10-year plan. I know one time when I was in the minority, the chairman sent me to Merrimack to talk with their town council about that very thing, putting in a green barrier to help knock down the noise for a new development that was going in. And the department did look at it and did part of it, not everything that they wanted, but part of it. So we need to, you're right, we need to look at that, but that is outside of this particular bill and the motion that is before us, unfortunately. Anyone else? Don't see any hands raised. With that, I'll ask the clerk to call the roll.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The motion on House Bill 114 is inexpedient to legislate. Representative McConkey.
Aye.
Representative Mills votes yes. Representative Somero.
I vote yes.
Representative Newton.
Yes.
Representative Blasek.
Yes.
Representative Boards.
Yes.
Representative Kaczynski.
Yes.
Representative Kalansky.
Yes.
Representative Thompson.
Yes.
Representative Cloutier.
Yes.
Representative Edgar.
Aye.
Representative Eagle.
Yes.
Representative Jack. Representative Abbott.
Yes.
Representative Faulkner.
Yes.
Representative Newman.
Yes.
Representative Grassi.
Yes.
Representative Peterson.
Yes.
Representative Query.
Yes.
Representative Bunker.
Yes.
Representative Bunker.
Yes.
Representative Grayman.
No.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 20-1 in favor of ITL.
With a vote of 20-1, the recommendation of ITL is adopted. Is there any objection to the consent calendar? Seeing none, and we'll go on the consent calendar. I wish to thank the committee for supporting me. But, and that is meant in all seriousness. You have to take everything as it comes. Now, that concludes every bill that has been assigned to the committee thus far. There were 5. We've executed all 5. I cannot tell you when the House session will be, but we do have deadlines in the calendar, so you can sort of plan around them when these bills will be heard. The other piece, the governor will provide us with the capital budget on or about the 15th of February. I may, if I can work with some of the agencies, maybe have some meetings that week because the bill itself won't be introduced till the week after. But we can begin work sessions on what the agencies are asking for. But stay tuned for that. It will be in this same format. You can attend remotely or in person. But as we found out today, some of what was supposedly sent out to the committee members has not made it to everybody as far as testimony. So I will work on that. Now, we have an hour and 15 minutes until the work session with Department of Transportation. I cannot start earlier because it is in the calendar for 1:30. You are welcome to stay. You are welcome to turn off your cameras or whatever until 1:30. This will stay open and up because we're not going to close it out and restart it. Mr. Greenland will do some, I'm not sure if Brad, if you could unmute yourself. If he's there. I would like at least the camera to be turned up. So we are in recess until 1:30. You are allowed to eat at your desk. I am not sure anymore exactly what is open around Concord area. I know various restaurants have closed and reopened and closed again. The cafeteria in the State House is closed, so there's not that. So I shall see everybody back, those of you who want to attend, at 1:30.
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Yes?
Just, I'm assuming this is okay, but just to like give my computer a break, if those of us who are on remote, if we can leave the meeting and then re-enter through the same link.
It's the same Zoom link. This one, my understanding, will not be shut down totally just for that very purpose. Brad, Mr. Greenland, what do we do since we're gonna have a little over an hour?
So I can or you guys can mute the room, and I can also share my screen, just putting up a notice saying that you'll reconvene at 1:30. And to Representative Ebel's question, you can leave and come back, but I will keep the recording going and the live stream going as well.
Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate that answer. So we stand in recess until 1:30.
Thank you.
Jim, I don't know if you can hear me, but good to see you. Hey, Jim, can you hear me, guy? Oh, rats, I just saw Jim.
in the early days of the pandemic.
Got to unmute.
Okay, 1 minute until time. One minute here, 1 minute here.
We will not have dead air.
I hope this is all right. I just added a little about the cost, no cost to the state. Improve, because it's gotta be some, also, federal guideline, be some. Other than that, basically, it's him.
Yeah. Sounds good. What? Do they have a time limit? I don't think they're going back. Okay, the time being 1:30, I'd like to reconvene the Public Works and Highways Committee for a work session with Department of Transportation. If you could bring up the Commissioner, Representative Jack, and then whoever else she would like to have as a, there she is. Who else would you like to be participating, Commissioner?
I think initially, if you could bring up Bill Cass and Chris Wozchuk. And then we do have all of our directors available as well, so they can introduce themselves to the new committee members. I believe that Kathy had sent a list of who would be participating today ahead of time, so you have the names.
I'm sure a couple others will be joining us, but why don't we go ahead and get started? We have as much of the afternoon as people want to devote to this. I don't know about you, Commissioner, but we do.
We did prepare a presentation for today that was emailed to the committee, so I'm going to pull that up before we begin our remarks.
Okay.
Although it appears that the host has disabled that feature for me.
We're working on it.
Can you see the presentation now?
Now we do.
I can, yeah.
Well, first of all, thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, for this chance to talk about the Department of Transportation. It's really nice to see so many familiar faces with the returning members to this committee, but also we wanted to take this time to introduce the new committee members to the leadership team at the department. And that's why we have a lot of our directors available today, just to make sure that you can put a face with the name. In addition to the presentation, we have also updated our fact book 2 years ago, as part of committee orientation, we developed a booklet that we'll make sure that you all get a copy of. It'll also be posted on our website. It's a handy guide to the department. It also has all the contact information, most importantly, for all of our subject matter experts across the DOT, so that you know who to call when you have a question. So who are we at New Hampshire DOT? We are in the business of moving people and things from point A to point B, and our mission is to provide transportation excellence, enhancing the quality of life in New Hampshire. Why is our work important? Because really, since nothing moves in New Hampshire without the transportation system, it directly impacts our economy. And so first and foremost, our work ensures that people can get to school, get to their healthcare appointments, and get out to their jobs to earn a living. Our priorities, first and foremost, we focus on safety. We want to make sure that we're keeping the system safe for all users, but then also that we're keeping our own employees as well as the contractors that work on our assets safe as well. We want to have a well-maintained, reliable system, and we want to function as efficiently as we can, stretching the value of every dollar that we're provided by the legislature. This is how we're structured. We have 3 commissioners. Myself, we have our assistant commissioner, Bill Cass. Bill's also our chief engineer, which means that he oversees all things highway related, both project development as well as operations. And then our deputy commissioner, Chris Wozchuk, who oversees finance, policy administration, as well as the division of aeronautics, rail, and transit. So we are a multimodal DOT. Because we maintain the state highways, certainly we have a lot more staff focused on both the operations of our roadways as well as design and construction. But we work very closely with all of the airports in the state, with the railroad operators, and also with the public transit agencies. And in every project that we advance on the highway system, we're always looking at multimodal connections and making sure that we're accommodating bicycles and pedestrians as well as motor vehicles. Project development is made up of all of our technical disciplines. And so our bridge design folks, highway design, environment and construction teams all report to our director of project development. And while this org chart that's on the screen makes it look like we're all quite siloed, we've worked very hard as a leadership team to make the organization as horizontal as possible. So for example, the folks in environment and materials and research collaborate and work closely with those in operations. Our aeronautics, rail, and transit folks are also involved in a number of our work groups. And so we're trying to share the expertise across the department. But today we really wanted to introduce you to that leadership team. So heading up all of these different sections, we have, as I mentioned, the 3 commissioners, and then our directors, who I believe are on the line. Marie Mullen is our Director of Finance. Fran Bazinski is our Director of Policy and Administration. Patrick Herlihy, who you'll see often before this committee, is our Director for Aeronautics, Rail, and Transit. Dave Rodrigue is our Director of Operations, and his assistant is Mike Servitus. And then for project development, we have Pete Stamnus and his assistant, Bill Oldenburg. Pete will be very familiar to this committee because next year when we work on the 10-year plan together, Pete is the one that leads the 10-year plan effort. We have a project manager within our Planning and Community Assistance Bureau, but Pete is always the person who goes out and presents at the public hearings across the state in the GASSET phase of the 10-year plan, and then will come with us to all of the meetings that we have before this committee. And there's 2 other people who are not on here. Eileen Meany is our Public Information Officer. And so when there's winter weather or accidents out in the highway, you'll probably see Eileen on WMUR, or it'll be quotes from her as our PIO when there's news coverage concerning the department. And then a person who's really integral to our team is Kathy Mulcahy-Hampson. I referenced her earlier. She is our hearings examiner, but she's also our liaison to the legislature. So we'll make sure to share her contact information. Anytime you need something from the department, you go straight to Kathy. She will make sure that we meet your expectations in terms of getting the information you might need. And then the last person who's on here is Nick Alexander, who heads up what we call AMPS, but really it's our asset management group. And he works directly with the commissioners, because at the end of the day, I mentioned how our priorities are state of good repair and safety. We are in the business of maintaining assets and trying to extend the life expectancy of those assets. And so we've done a lot of work to help support the 10-year plan and the legislature as you're making investment choices in what the future condition of our assets might be with different levels of investment, what outcomes you can expect if we advance the projects that are being programmed through the 10-year plan. So the AMPS group are really our data collectors, and they're doing all the analysis so that we can come to you and give you accurate information on what you can expect based on the choices that you're making from a policy perspective. And the most important thing of the day is the phone number at the bottom of the screen. If you call that number, that goes straight through to the commissioner's office, and that's how you can get in touch with any of the commissioners or directors. Again, for the benefit of the new committee members in particular, we want to talk about the assets that DOT is responsible for. We are a large organization. We have around 1,650 permanent full-time employees. We then, in addition, have a number of part-time employees, especially in turnpikes where we have part-time toll attendants and others to support our mission. And then we also hire a number of seasonal employees, especially in the summer months, to support our summer construction and operations programs. As a department, we're responsible for 2,161 state bridges. You'll hear us talk about the Red List often. Again, for the new members, a Red List bridge is one that is approaching the end of its life. Technically, it means that one of the elements has been rated a 4 when we've gone out to do an inspection. So these bridges are safe. We inspect them more frequently if they're on the Red List, but it does mean that we need to start to advance a project to either fully replace that structure or do a major rehabilitation. And so when we get into the 10-year plan, we'll talk a lot about what percentage of our bridges are on the Red List. In other words, what percentage are structurally deficient and need attention sooner rather than later. And then we also are responsible for inspecting both our state bridges as well as the municipal bridges. And we do have some funding to support work on municipal bridges. And in total, there's about 1,690 municipal bridges that we inspect. As I mentioned, we inspect Red List bridges much more frequently. It's approximately every 6 months because they are older structures in many cases that need attention, and the rest of the inventory we inspect every 2 years. On the highway side, we are responsible for approximately 4,600 center lane miles of highway. We are responsible for all of the routine maintenance, although it can be a little confusing. There's some roads that we winter maintain, other roads that we summer maintain. And so depending on which community we're working with, the role of the department might vary slightly. Some of this is just due to plow routes, for example, and making sure that we're operating as efficiently as possible. So we collaborate very closely with the towns on both the roads that we fully own and operate, as well as the ones where we have shared responsibilities. And basically, if you think of it, pavement lasts approximately 10 years. So our goal is always to resurface annually about 550 center lane miles so that we can keep our infrastructure in a good state of repair. And you'll hear a little bit later on that that level of investment has not always been made, which is why at different times the condition of our infrastructure has deteriorated. And then, of course, out on the highways, we don't just have the pavement itself to maintain. There's all the other roadside features, from traffic signs, line striping, all of the traffic signals, not to mention drainage structures and ditch lines. And so there's a lot of additional assets that we are responsible for. But as I mentioned, we're not just the highway department. We are the multimodal DOT. And so we also have 195 miles of state-owned active rail line. We have a number of operating agreements who use those rail lines. We also work with the 25 public use airports and then the 11 public transit systems. And so when we work together with this committee on the 10-year plan, we're not just prioritizing which projects we want to do in terms of new construction on our highways. We're talking about the federal funds that support our airports and our public transit systems as well. And so this is how the budget breaks down. Just to give you a sense of how much we spend every year. In 2020, our actual expenditures were around 681 million. We like to split our budget into these two different segments of the pie. The blue part is really municipal aid and construction. That's the spending associated with all the projects that you help program in the 10-year plan. And so while all of the money flows through our budget, when we are working with House and Senate Finance on the budget process, it's really addressing this orange segment. The choices and the investment trade-offs are all made during the 10-year plan, and then we just plug those numbers into our budget. So the split, about 419 million goes to municipal aid and construction, and then our operating costs last year were around 262 million. And one of the most challenging things for this committee to start to get up to speed on is the various funding sources. So not only do we have federal and state sources, we also have a turnpike system here in New Hampshire. And so every dollar we collect on the turnpike system can only be spent on the assets that are part of that enterprise. And then on the federal side, there's a lot of different categories of federal money. And so when we collaborate and work on the 10-year plan, I like to say we're not prioritizing all of New Hampshire's transportation needs globally. We're trying to make priorities and rank projects within different categories based on what color of money they might be eligible for. And so next year, we'll do the deep dive, and we have a lot of acronyms and a crosswalk to all of those abbreviations so that you'll have all the information you need to help us come up with the next 10-year plan. So again, this is just more of a deeper dive on the Aeronautics, Rail and Transit Division. I mentioned previously, we work with all of the airports that are open to the public. We do all of the runway inspections. And a lot of the federal aviation dollars, the FAA dollars, flow through the department. We also administer a number of the grants. So we work with the 3 commercial airports. That's Manchester, Lebanon, and Pease. And then there are 9 airports that are what we call block grant airports. So basically, New Hampshire is a block grant state. That means that there's a lot of FAA functions that are actually performed by the Department of Transportation, unlike some other states where things are administered in a little different way. We do have some airports that do not qualify for federal assistance, and that's where state funding is more heavily relied upon. And then lastly, we do have to register all of the aircraft in the state, and we do collect aircraft registration fees that are then used to make investments in the airports as well. On the rail side, I mentioned before that we do have active state-owned track. We have 6 active operating agreements, 4 for freight lines and 2 tourist lines. And in addition to the active rail lines, we also have a lot of corridors that were formerly railroad corridors, but have recently been converted into rail trails or recreational use because the railroad active rail use was either discontinued or the sections were abandoned. So we work very closely with our colleagues over in the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, specifically in the Bureau of Trails, because they often have the operating agreements for the corridors that we own. And then lastly, the public transit agencies, there's a lot of different categories of federal funding that's allocated to New Hampshire through the Federal Transit Administration. We basically split things into small urban and rural providers. So we work with a total of 11 public transit systems. And we also are very involved in the services to seniors and folks with disabilities. And there's funding provided for human service and volunteer driver programs. And then we also, as a department, fund and then have an operating agreement to provide the Boston Express bus service that connects New Hampshire down to Boston. That service runs along the 93 corridor as well as the FE Everett onto the Route 3 corridor in Massachusetts. And that service is a great success. Pre-pandemic, we had very high ridership and a very low subsidy. So it's a service that we're particularly proud of. And later on today, we'll talk a little bit about how the pandemic has impacted the department as a whole. But certainly our federal transit agency partners and the federal aviation folks have been trying to support the state DOTs, and the CARES Act funding has gone a long way to helping all of the modes of transportation during this time. And so administration-wise, the executive office consists of the commissioners and the directors. And in our budget, you'll see all of the money for sort of agency-wide programs. And then, of course, as I mentioned before, all of the public outreach and coordination with the legislature and the governor's office is managed through our executive team. Finance, we won't come before this committee often to talk about the details of the operating budget, although as we work on both HB1 and HB2, we'll make sure to keep this committee apprised of any language in HB2 that might impact how we advance the projects that you then help us program in the 10-year plan. And we do look forward to collaborating as we work on HB25 and the capital budget together. And then lastly, policy and administration. As the name would suggest, our Bureau of HR is within this section, but then we also have all of our health and safety staff, our Office of Federal Labor Compliance, as well as our internal audit section, as all part of the Division of Policy Administration. So really they're the backbone of the department, making sure that we're doing everything consistently and efficiently. So at this point, I'm going to pause and turn it over to Bill Cass. As I mentioned earlier, as Assistant Commissioner, he oversees both the Division of Project Development as well as Operations. And so he's really going to start by digging into the municipal aid and construction part of the budget and the roles of the folks in project development. Then he'll talk a little bit about operations. And then we'll have Chris talk about the funding and how things are looking as we go into this next budget. So Bill, it's all yours. I think you're on mute.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chairman Graham and the rest of House Public Works. Very good to see everybody. I think, Commissioner, you have the control of the presentation, so I'll just ask you to advance. But and at the chair's discretion, as we're going through this information, if there are any questions and we want to stop and pause and ask any questions that we can answer during the presentation, I presume that would be all right as well too. But we're at a little pause here. Are there any questions before we move ahead?
No, but I appreciate that. And the members of the committee, please raise your hand so we can know. Don't just jump in. I would appreciate it.
Good. Thank you. So yeah, so as the commissioner said, I was going to talk first about the municipal aid and construction, half of our budget. It's actually more than half, as you can see by the pie there. The 2020 expenditures were about $419 million. And at the bottom of that slide, it just you can see that the majority of the funding that comes for the municipal aid and construction is from the federal program and the turnpike system. There are very little highway funds and other and general funds in there. So it's predominantly the federal funds and the turnpike, primarily the turnpike capital money that comes through. And a lot of it is kind of flow through. It flows through the department's budget, but it goes out to contractors, it goes out to municipalities, it goes out to, support the economy and all those activities that are broader than just the department's, staff and activities. Next slide. So administering all of that activity and all of those construction projects in the highway program is our Bureau of Division of Project Development, and it comprises, as Commissioner had outlined earlier, 7 bureaus, but essentially they're responsible for the planning, the engineering, and the support of the engineering, all of the right-of-way acquisitions, and all of the construction management oversight for the department's, highway construction program. The Bureau of Project Development is also in charge of developing the 10-year plan, the 10-year Transportation Improvement Plan, with a update every 2 years, and I have a little bit more information on that in the upcoming slides. But the Federal Highway Administration Program, our Federal Highway Program, which really is the bulk of our highway construction program, comprises about $180 million per year. That's what we get for federal funding to support our construction program, and that's what goes out. In FY 2020, we had advertised about $192 million of construction contracts. Some are multi-year contracts. They span over several years. So during FY 2020, our Bureau of Construction and the department was overseeing 88 active construction projects with a total construction value of about $566 million. So that's just to give you kind of a size of the program and the activity that's going on out there. Next slide, please. I had mentioned...
Mr. Cass, I do have a question.
Sure.
For the new members. When you talk about the $180 million of federal funding for highways, what is the state's obligation to match that, unless you're going to talk about it later?
It was one of the issues and challenges that the commissioner was going to hit on later. But yeah, so I'll let her take it. But that is one of the longstanding issues that we'll cover at the end, if that's all right.
Yes.
Yeah. But that's a good point. So keep that 180 in mind when we get to that point at the end. Yeah, we mentioned the 10-year plan. It's updated every 2 years, and just for your edification, this is the schedule. So we'll be seeing a lot of activity this summer with GASSET and public hearings. And next legislative session, the 10-year plan, the draft 10-year plan that's developed through the work with GASSET. GASSET is the Governor's Advisory Committee on Intermodal Transportation, and it consists of the 5 executive counselors. All that activity that's going on this summer, and developing the draft plan will land before House Public Works to take up next session, next January. But typically, our 10-year plan, we financially constrain the plan, so it's not a wish list. We do a lot of discussion and education about the funding levels that drive the plan, so that we're not making any false promises, but that people can count on that what we contain in the plan will be delivered. Unfortunately, as a financially constrained plan, when we have constrained finances, there tend to also be a lot of needs that come up and get discussed. I know you were talking about sound walls earlier this morning, but those are some of those needs that get difficult to fit within a financially constrained plan. And I touch on it here a little. Chairman Graham and Commissioner will talk a little bit more about some of the challenges, but we have extremely dependent on the federal funding levels. So our highway program, we have no state funds matching the federal program. So we have very little resiliency with that, and compared to other states, we are a little bit at a disadvantage because typically, if there were state matching funds, it would be a that much larger of a program, and address some of those needs that we can't get to. But a big part of our program, and you'll see next year, is really focused on preservation and maintenance, taking care of what we own first, before a lot of focus on expansion or new facilities, and keeping up with just preservation and maintenance and maintaining the existing transportation system that we have really takes up the bulk of our program. So Commissioner, can you next slide? So this is again just a historical level. I had mentioned the $192 million of construction work that we did in FY20. This chart just gives the the kind of historical investment level that we have in our system. The large column in the middle, which represents 2016. Was a year that we had a loan to borrow some federal money to essentially get out and complete all of the I-93 work. So you can see kind of the ups and downs of the program and the level of investment that's going out there. I have some breakdown in terms of the funding distribution that I won't get into, but again, the bulk of it is federal funding with some various programs alongside it. Next slide. So I talked about preservation and maintenance, and our biggest assets and the biggest part of our program is maintaining the existing roadway system and maintaining the existing bridge conditions. So the pavement conditions have been a big level of focus for us in the past few years, and within the 10-year plan. We have an average investment level of about $74 million. So when I talked about the $180 million program, that's a little more than a third of it that is just going to the paving programs to keep up with the existing pavement conditions. And really that isn't quite keeping up with everything. So the top chart there is the number of miles paved every year. And the bottom chart represents the pavement condition in terms of percentage or a percentage of miles in good or fair condition. So that you can see historically, we have not always kept up with the level of investment that we need to make to maintain the condition of the highway system and the pavement conditions. So of recent years, since 2014, when there was a increase in the gas tax, there was Senate Bill 367. You might hear that referred to in various slides and in various discussions, but that raised 4.2 cents of the gas tax that was dedicated strictly to highway and bridge work in the near term. So we have benefited from that investment. Historically, we have not always kept pace with that investment, and the pavement condition had suffered and declined. But conditions have been trending upward with that sustained investment over the most recent conditions. So we are seeing some of the the best pavement conditions that we have seen in recent years, and it is going to be one of the challenges that we'll talk about later in terms of trying to sustain that investment and maintain the roadway and pavement condition at its current conditions. Next slide. Similarly, we've also had a lot of focus in the recent years on bridge condition and maintaining our bridge conditions. And again, that investment and that focus and that attention has been paying off. You can see the red line there on that condition map essentially charts the number of red list bridges. And as the commissioner mentioned, red list bridges are structurally deficient bridges. They have bridges considered in poor condition. And you can see that in 2013, 2015, we were trending in the wrong direction. We're trending with increasing numbers of poor and red list bridges. And I think the focus in the 10-year plan and on our program of maintaining and focusing on maintaining what we have first and foremost and investing in bridges. We have been driving the number of red lists down. So the current number of red lists bridges is 125. And we expect a further decline when the numbers come out, when we finish compiling the numbers from last year. So that's all that's all good news. This chart does show in the future years, if funding levels remain flat and remain stagnant, that inflationary impacts could undermine what we're able to do and result potentially in the number of red list bridges going in the opposite direction and starting to increase. But again, that all depends on our focus in maintaining and sustaining the level of investment needed to address the bridge conditions. So I just bring those two slides up mainly because we have a lot of talk at House Public Works and in the 10-year plan about pavement condition and bridges, and they are really two of our biggest assets that I wanted to give the committee, that look of where we of where we stand with those. So the next part, I'll move over to the other side because it's a little less than half. I was going to say half, but it's a little less than half of our budget, and that's the operating side of the budget. And the operating side of the budget really, oh, can you go back one? The operating side of the budget really is all of the Department of Transportation activities. And at the bottom, I've broken out the percentage of costs there for the operating budget. And you can see that that the largest percentage of funding source for the operating budget is the highway fund. So when we talk about, if we talk about times about concerns about funding levels in the highway funding in the highway fund, it doesn't necessarily affect as much the capital program, the construction program and stuff, but it falls very heavily on the operating budget and the ability of the department to continue to provide the level of service that that we provide. So the next slide. On the operating side, we really the maintenance and operations. A big part of the statewide workforce effort is comprised of our highway maintenance staff and highway maintenance personnel. Highway maintenance is comprised of 6 maintenance districts around the state. We have 87 patrol sections, so the folks are staged, and those patrol sections are there to be responsive to the local needs and the immediate needs, and know their sections of road that they maintain very well. So they maintain the roads. This time of year, we've had a lot of focus on winter maintenance and snowplow operations, although it hasn't snowed very much lately, but it is still that focus through the winter of winter maintenance. And they're out there doing the routine maintenance and operations throughout the year, responding to emergency events and hurricanes and storms and flooding. They also manage the district paving programs. In other words, the more routine upkeep and maintenance paving programs are, they even though they're put out and advertised through the executive office through here in Concord, they are driven by the local maintenance district's decisions. The Turnpikes Bureau, which Chris will get into a little bit, also has a highway maintenance component where they maintain specifically the turnpike system. Next slide. In addition to the highway maintenance folks, there are a number of other operations bureaus that support the work effort out there as well too. So our traffic bureau maintains the roadway line striping, all the signs and signals around the state. Traffic bureau is also responsible for establishing speed limits throughout the state. We have a bridge maintenance bureau, which does the routine maintenance on bridges and really works to keep bridges as much as possible off the red list. Keeps them up. So we have, again, 12 bridge crews that are staged throughout the state. We also have a mechanical services bureau, which maintains the state vehicle fleet, which is a lot of the plows and heavy equipment and heavy trucks that are out there plowing the roads and needed to do the work. And while our main mechanical services office and building is here in Concord, out on Route 106 off of Sheep Davis Road, we do have 6 other garages staged around the state to provide that regional support to the highway maintenance bureaus and the activities out there. Also, another part of our activities are the fuel distribution. So we maintain vehicle fleet fuel distribution center. There are 90 fuel sites around the state. And the DOT's fuel distribution system also supports a lot of municipal use, from school buses to local police to some of the coast buses that we see and things like that. And the fuel distribution is also the state's strategic fuel reserve as well. And lastly, we do have a transportation management center, transportation management and operations bureau that staffs the transportation management, the traffic management center. They maintain all of the traffic management networks around the state, keeping eyes on the road, helping deal with incidences, dispatching personnel to address those issues, and also maintaining a storm center through the winter when it's snowing. Next slide. So with that, that's a general overview of the 2 big divisions of project development and operation, just to give you a sense and a scope of who does what and how we do. And with that, I'd like to turn it over to Chris Wozchuk, the Deputy Commissioner, who will go through some of the funding associated with these activities, the Highway Fund, the Turnpike Fund, and some of the impacts from the pandemic. So, Chris.
Good afternoon, Representative Graham and Public Works Committee members. Before I start, are there any questions on the material that Bill presented, or did I just continue? Okay, I guess I'll continue. So the Highway Fund, there's a lot of talk and a lot of sometimes misunderstanding relative to the Highway Fund in terms of whether the department controls the Highway Fund. We like to present this first bullet by saying that the Highway Fund is not solely the DOT, and the DOT is not solely privy to the Highway Fund. It is a fund where the unrestricted revenue from the gas tax or road toll administration are collected, but they're collected by the Department of Safety. So in terms of any revenue projections, it's really the Department of Safety that provides those primarily to House Ways and Means. It's also the fund where a lot of the federal construction reimbursements and Garvey bond and PIFIA proceeds flow into. That's why when you look at the pie chart, it's upwards of 600 and some odd $million. It's because of those federal infusions that flow through the highway fund. It is the primary source of funding for the operating budget, like Bill noted. And it's revenue that other agencies also draw on. Department of Safety draws on the highway fund. DMV, the Division of Motor Vehicles, Judicial Branch, and Justice all draw at some level on the highway fund. In 2020, the last fiscal year, 59% of the highway fund was appropriated to the DOT, 26% was appropriated to other agencies, and 15% flowed to municipalities. It's primarily block grant aid. Next slide, Commissioner.
I have a couple of questions about that last slide.
Absolutely.
For the new members, if you could explain what Garvey and TIFIA are?
Absolutely. So Garvey, that's a federal bonding program. It's grant revenue anticipation bonds. And it's a program where primarily for I-93, there were bonds issued for the construction of I-93, and the debt service on those bonds are paid with federal funds. It is the first tranche of federal revenue that comes off of our apportionment obligation or limit at the beginning of each federal year. Right now, I believe the Garvey debt service is roughly $17 million a year to pay off those I-93 bonds. TIFIA, it's another federal, it's a loan program. And it's a low-cost loan program with very specific criteria. There was $200 million of TIFIA, of the TIFIA loan that was used again to fund I-93. Those proceeds are paid back by the SB 367 revenue. And that program was structured such that the debt service that was payable on the $200 million was interest only for the first 7 years, and then principal kicks in year 8, and it stretches out for a total of 20 years. So the reason we were able to get such a fantastic interest rate on the TIFIA loan, which is, I think, a little over 1%, was we qualified for that rural rate, and we were able to do a lot of other work with the SB 367 revenue that we pledged in those rural areas, and it's work on red list bridges as well as paving some of the tier 3 and 4 roads, which in a lot of cases aren't eligible for federal aid. So the way the waterfall works, roughly SB 367 revenue brings in approximately $34 million. I think that's going to be reduced by a little over $1 million, almost $2 million, because of the pandemic over the next biennium. But anyways, for example, in fiscal year 19, it brought in roughly $34 million. 12% of that revenue flows to block grant aid. So roughly a little over $4 million flowed to municipalities. And then the interest on the $200 million, whatever was expended at that point was being paid. And then $6.8 million for the state aid bridge program was allocated out of that revenue. And then the rest flowed to TIFIA pledged bridge and highway work. So when Bill talked about the paving program, we're able to spend roughly $12, $13 million a year in additional money out of this SB 367 revenue on paving that we wouldn't have been able to if we didn't have this program. And the other, but roughly $9-10 million goes to red list bridges. Does that answer your question, Representative?
Yeah, on those it did. On the bottom of the slide, 15% to municipalities. Is that in addition to the block grant aid?
No, that is block grant aid.
Okay. And I thought that there was an RSA that set limits on what went out of the highway fund and what percentage was supposed to stay within DOT. Did we waive that in the last budget process?
I am not 100% sure if it was exceeded. Typically, it is waived. But I'm not 100% sure whether, because that percentage, because the block grant aid flows through the department, I think they combine these two percentages, and those are the percentages they use, the 59% and the 15%.
But the follow-on question was about the 59%. I thought that there was a higher benchmark for the department to get out of the highway fund in the RSA.
There is a benchmark. Off the top of my head, I don't know exactly the percentages, but I'll get that to you, Representative.
Thank you.
Okay, next slide. So what this slide shows is the amount of, and it's unrestricted revenue that flows into the highway fund. So this does not include betterment, nor does it include the SB 367. Those two sources of fund, they're restricted in the highway fund, and they're restricted for a certain purpose. So this is totally unrestricted. So this is 15 cents of the 22.2 cents. And it has a 10-year look back. So in fiscal year 10, you can see the dollar value for the top line is the road toll that was collected, then the motor vehicle fees. In the fiscal year 2010 and 11, there's a $30 registration surcharge. And then highlighted in yellow are a lot of kind of the one-time infusions into the highway fund to prop up the highway fund during different times of different bienniums, I would say. So you can see there's the I-95 sale is included in there. That is the I-95 bridge sale for $120 million that the Turnpike purchased, the high-level bridge, and reimbursed the highway fund. It's $120 million plus interest over. It was initially intended to be a 20-year period, but it worked out to be a little over a 6-year period. The retro Turnpike toll credits, that's where we were able to go back and get reimbursement for past projects where the state match was paid, and we used Turnpike toll credits for a short period of time, those 3 years, to go back and infuse federal funds into the highway fund. In miscellaneous revenue, what that amounts to is the federal revenue that's in our budget now. In the first 4 years there, that revenue was unrestricted, and now since 2014, that revenue is restricted. But the bottom line, if you look at over the 10-year period, we've gone from almost $340 million of unrestricted revenue in the highway fund to a little under $250 million in the highway fund in fiscal year 20. So a $90 million drop. Next slide. This is the Turnpike system. Most of it consists of 3 segments. The Central Turnpike, Eastern Turnpike, which also consists of Spalding and Blue Star. So on the Central Turnpike basically is the F.E. Everett, and that extends all the way up to exit 14 in Concord. We have on the Eastern Turnpike both the Blue Star, which is I-95 from state line to state line, and the Spalding, which is from the Portsmouth traffic circle all the way up to exit 18 in Milton. So it's 89 miles long in total, 172 bridges. We have 8 toll facilities now. And what's important to understand, it's an enterprise fund. So all the revenue generated on the Turnpike system must be used on the Turnpike system. It can't be allocated elsewhere, used elsewhere. The Turnpike revenue pays for the operation and maintenance of the system, the debt service on the outstanding bonds, renewal and replacement work to keep the system in good working order, and then any kind of capital improvements. And that's the kind of the flow of funds that goes through different accounting units We only do capital work, new construction, when there's insufficient revenue to do that. All the other areas need to be satisfied. And there's bond covenants that the department needs to meet to make sure that the revenue is allocated and spent accordingly. Fiscal year 20, and primarily this includes about 4 months of the pandemic's impact. There were 110 million transactions and 131 million in total revenue. For example, by comparison, in fiscal year 19, there were 123.7 million transactions. So we're roughly about 11% drop just in those 4 months of fiscal year 20 due to the pandemic.
We do have a question from Representative Newman.
Absolutely.
Yes, thank you. For the benefit of all of us and especially our new members, could you specifically identify the 8 toll locations right now?
Absolutely. So on the Central Turnpike, we have ramp tolls at exit 10 in Merrimack currently. We have the Bedford Mainline Toll Plaza, the Hooksett Mainline Toll Plaza on I-93, the Hooksett Ramp Plaza, and then we have on the Blue Star, we have the Hampton Mainline Toll on I-95 and the Hampton Side Toll. And then on the Spalding, we have the Dover Mainline Plaza as well as the Rochester Mainline Plaza.
Thank you.
Welcome. Next slide, please. So here's just a graphic of the 10-year look back for the Turnpike Fund revenue. And this is the toll revenue. As you can see, the Turnpike system was fairly flat from fiscal year 10 through 13. Started increasing in 14, and then we had some pretty good bumps, particularly in the recent past on the Turnpike system. Part of that also has to do with violation revenue that is collected, and that has increased in years past. As I mentioned earlier, in fiscal year 20, we had a roughly 11% reduction in traffic and about 10.5% reduction in the toll revenue. Next slide. This is a graphic that shows the pandemic's impacts on traffic. Primarily, this is at just one location. On I-93, between exit 12 and 13, we have an automatic counter, traffic counter. And we've done is we're comparing traffic for each week of this example began in February 10th, 2020, and then it extends to January 18, 2021. So for each week, here we compared to the previous year, the same week previous year. And you can see that traffic was slightly above the previous year's levels early on, and then the pandemic hit, and we had an abrupt drop. It dropped 50% during the height of the pandemic, and then it came back up during the summertime, and now we're looking at roughly at around 15 to 17% lower traffic at this location than the previous year. I will say the Turnpike system almost represents this to a T. The Turnpike system saw traffic drop at about 53% at its height, and we're at about between 18 to 20% right now. So this represents fairly closely what's happening across the state. I will say that
McConkey does have a question.
Absolutely.
Thanks, Chuck. I think it was 2 or 3 slides previously, you talked about a 10% reduction in revenue on the Turnpike system from the start of the year, I think it was. Can you tell me what that equates to in money?
Yes. So that equates to roughly $15 million.
sorry, was that 50 million?
15 million on the turnpike system. 15.
1.5, thank you. That was it.
Okay. So yeah, next slide, Commissioner. So this actually, and there's the 1.5, there's the 14.9 million fiscal year 20. So what this slide shows is we have an expert that does all our traffic and revenue forecasting. It's a group from Stantec. It was formerly a group from Jacobs. When we went to issue bonds on the turnpike system, they did our traffic and revenue forecasting. So they have a lot of credibility in the industry, particularly for what are really graded as investment grade type of forecasts. So the blue line is the forecast that they provided the turnpike system in October of 2019. And you can see in fiscal year 20, and this is just revenue from tolls, it was slightly below 134 million or so. And then it grew over the 10-year period to reach almost 150 million. And basically, I think they were looking at about a little over a fraction of a percent growth year over year in the outer years. The gray line shows the most recent, it's still a draft projection from Stantec. They sent us the information on January 19th. We asked them to update the traffic and revenue forecast for us. So this estimate is, it's with the mid-range effects. And what that means is they looked at low-range impacts from COVID. They looked at the low range would be a recovery in about 3 years or so. And then a long-term effect from people working from home, with a certain percentage probably continuing to work from home, or at least working some period of the week from home. And then they had a high range, which really looked at a possible 6-year recovery with a little more of an impact on the work from home type of effect. And they recommend using the mid-range. So this is the mid-range. I will say that I feel this is conservative, but in any effect, you can see the dramatic reduction in fiscal year 20. It was a $15 million hit on revenue. In 21, it's a 23, a little over $23 million hit on revenue. If you look at the 4-year period between, 5-year period between 20 and 24, that amounts to $71 million. And then over this 10-year period, 121 million. And these estimates, this revenue estimates, are what we use in our capital model to determine what can be funded on the turnpike in terms of capital work. I know in the past, and some of the committee members have heard the department testify on 3 major turnpike projects that they total probably well over $500 million. Those projects likely will have some level of delay because of this impact. So we just want to make the committee aware of that. And certainly the upcoming draft 10-year plan will have a level of impact to those projects included based on these revenue estimates. Next slide. And I believe I'm supposed to turn it over to the commissioner to talk about issues and challenges. So thank you.
So Chris has given you the overview of the financial outlook associated with COVID-19. We want to dig a little deeper, and first of all say that we as a department have really tried to step up and support the statewide response to the COVID-19 crisis as much as we possibly could. So we have been assisting with some of the call center activities. Most recently, we've been helping the National Guard maximize the efficiency of the vaccine sites and make sure they can handle the traffic volumes as we move into these later phases. We've also been involved in vaccine distribution. So the department has tried to do as much as we can to support our colleagues in Health and Human Services, Homeland Security, and the National Guard. And we very much appreciate that, when the stay-at-home orders were implemented, it was absolutely necessary to encourage people to limit their travel as a way of controlling this public health crisis. And so while we're disappointed with the revenue outlook, we fully understand why these steps were necessary. But the overall impact in 2020 and 21 was approximately 70 million. And we've been working to keep the governor's office as well as the legislature apprised of how the pandemic has been impacting all of our revenues. During the summer months, we were very concerned about the long-term revenue outlook. So we did, in coordination with the governor's office, defer a lot of our work. We did not advance purchases. In particular, we put on hold purchasing equipment and fleet that was funded in the last budget. A number of our capital budget items were put on hold. And we really focused on routine maintenance. And there was also a hiring freeze implemented due to the revenue uncertainty. So for example, a number of our highway maintenance forces supported the Bureau of Traffic with line striping for the summer season instead of hiring seasonal help like we typically would, so that our highway maintainers could do their routine work and traffic would have the additional resources needed for their summer program. So as a result, we lapsed about 38 million because we really focused on core activities and did not move forward with filling any of our vacancies. Now, of course, as we got closer to winter, we were very concerned about capacity. And so again, in collaboration with the governor's office, we were given authorization to start to fill some of our highway maintenance vacancies and turnpike vacancies to make sure that we were prepared for the winter season. And, there's been 2 rounds of federal relief. The first bill, the CARES Act, did not provide any assistance for state DOTs and for their highway systems in particular. But there was funding provided to support our public transit systems and to support our airports with federal funding from the FAA and from the FTA. It wasn't until the bill that was passed at the end of the calendar year that we saw some relief for highways. So we have received a $41 million backstop for lost revenue. And we're currently working with the governor's office as to how to incorporate those dollars into our budget. And when the governor releases his budget in a few weeks, there'll be more of an understanding of how those dollars are going to be accessed. But I really want to stress that the federal funds, whether we're talking about airports, transit, or highways, it was true relief. It was to account for lost revenue. It doesn't really give us any additional capacity. It's not stimulus or recovery, it's purely relief. So as we look into the future, there's still a lot of federal funding uncertainty. While there's a lot of talk about an infrastructure proposal and perhaps stimulus, so far the focus has been on relief. We have not seen the details of what the House and the Senate would support, while the new administration, the Biden administration, has outlined what they would like to see for potential infrastructure. And the other thing is our regular federal funding is provided through the FAST Act currently. The FAST Act actually expired last September and there was a 1-year extension, but this will also be a reauthorization year. So while Congress is trying to confirm all of the new leaders of USDOT, talk about an infrastructure deal and stimulus, still handle relief, they also have to pass a longer term reauthorization bill between now and September. So the docket is very full, which gives us a lot of uncertainty. So we're encouraged. There's a lot of talk about additional investment in transportation. That will be a good thing, but we can't count on those dollars until we see exactly how the conversations in Congress go. But we are in constant contact with our federal delegation, and we're very active in AASHTO, the association that all the state DOTs are a member of, so that we can follow what's happening in Congress. As been said many times today, we are very reliant on federal dollars and turnpike dollars. Chris gave you a real outlook on the turnpike side, so we need to continue to advocate strongly for federal investment in infrastructure. Other challenges, as was shown earlier, our highway fund, our state-funded highway fund, has been seeing either declining or flat revenues. This is really due to the increase in fuel efficiency of vehicles on the road today. People are buying less gallons of gas, so they're paying less in gas tax, or as we call it, the road toll here in New Hampshire. And so every biennium, we have some tough conversations with both Ways and Means and with the finance committees on what items should be included in our budget. Last biennium, we were very encouraged by the support that we saw, but we were still a little short in certain areas. One of the areas that's talked about often is winter maintenance. Certainly, we very much appreciate that the legislature does not want to fully fund winter if that means cutting from other areas, because we might have a light winter and not need those dollars. So we wouldn't want to cut unnecessarily, but certainly when we experience an average or a worse than average winter, that's meant that we've had to go back to the fiscal committee and ask for additional authority to fund those winter activities. And I mentioned earlier, last summer, we really had to put a lot of our purchasing on hold because of the uncertainty. We have been underinvesting in our fleet for a long time. But last budget, we were delighted that the legislature supported both our capital budget requests to invest in equipment, as well as increase the funding in our budget. But unfortunately, we were not able to spend all of those dollars. And then in addition, we're still trying to address that backlog from the lack of investment in the past. So I really, commend our mechanical services folks. They've been doing great work keeping trucks on the road. Because of course we cannot be productive without the fleet necessary to perform our activities. And then of course as well, a season of doing only the essentials means that we end up with backlogs of preventative maintenance. And we've had some challenges even when it comes to recruiting hired trucks and contractors to complement our workforce. So across the department, I have really been fortunate. We have a dedicated team who have been stepping up, really trying to stretch the value of the dollars that we do have. And people have been very willing to go above and beyond and try and help us get as much work completed as possible. Longer term, one of our concerns is, as both Chris and Bill described, SB 367 was the 4.2 cents gas tax increase. All of the revenue from SB 367 was supposed to go to the construction of I-93, that big widening project between Salem and Manchester. But fortunately, we secured the TIFIA loan that Chris referenced. That was a federal loan. So we were able to borrow at a much lower interest rate than was anticipated. So we saved money in terms of financing, but then the way the deal was structured, and he described the waterfall, in the short term, we paid interest only and we were able to do all this paving and bridge work. So when those principal payments kick in, we won't have the same capacity that we've had. And that's why the charts that Bill showed indicate that our bridge condition, our pavement condition will deteriorate over time if we don't address some of the revenue needs. But of course, we're always monitoring what's happening at the federal level to understand what additional resources might be available there to offset the loss of revenue or the loss of available dollars to spend on rural bridges and pavements once we're paying interest on 93. And then the other thing, we'll get into all of this in the 10-year plan, but the federal restrictions on how dollars can be spent mean that we can't use them across the system. So not only do we have the limitation with the turnpike where the dollars collected there can only be spent on those assets, we have about a third of our system is not eligible for federal aid. So we're reliant on the state revenues, the Betterment Program and SB 367 to keep those assets in a good state of repair because they don't qualify. They're not part of what's called the National Highway System. We can use some federal money on more rural bridges, but we don't have that same flexibility when it comes to pavements. So staffing wise, it's been a tough year. Like I said, we've had a higher than usual vacancy rate. And that's why we've really focused on our core activities and tried to put off some work. Now as the revenue picture is becoming clearer, we've been working with the governor's office. We're starting to backfill a lot of those vacancies. We just had to be very conservative for a period of time when we didn't know what the future was going to bring. And it's really exciting to see the rollout of the vaccine now, because hopefully by the time we get into this summer, we'll see traffic patterns start to return to normal. But as Chris mentioned, we're still concerned about the long-term trends with respect to commuting traffic. And you think about the successes during this time, it's been a very difficult year for many individuals who have suffered tremendous financial hardship or been dealing with the loss of a loved one, or fighting this virus themselves. But there are some glimmers of hope. The deployment of technology and how successful some businesses have been at pivoting to telework and remote work. We believe that some of that will last into the future. So between higher education moving to remote learning, the expansion of telemedicine, the expansion of telework, and then a lot of online shopping, those are 4 pretty disruptive things when it comes to how we forecast future traffic volumes and understand how people might be using our systems. So it's going to be a few years before we really understand what the lasting impacts of COVID-19 are. So we're trying to get back on track. We've been working with the governor's office to start to move forward now on some of our capital projects that were previously on hold. There are some surplus state properties that during the last budget, we were given one-time general fund surplus dollars to demolish old buildings and prepare those sites so that we could sell them. Again, that type of work was put on hold when revenue was uncertain, but we're starting to revisit those projects with the governor's office and hopefully get those moving again. And then some of the issues that we deal with every budget, state matching dollars to access federal transit funding. That's something that comes before this committee because we need the dollars to match capital FTA funds as well as the operating state match. On the federal highway side, Representative Graham, this will speak to your question earlier. So we as a department do not have the funding to match our federal highway program. So what that means is most of the federal funds are an 80-20 match. So it's 80% federal. And to access those dollars, you normally have to bring a 20% match, state cash match to the table to be able to spend the full amount. Here in New Hampshire, because we have a turnpike system and many of our turnpike roads were constructed and our toll network was implemented before the national highway system was created. What happens is we get credit for the fact that we keep those assets in a good state of repair, but don't draw on federal funds to do so. So every time we invest in the turnpike fund, in the turnpike system with turnpike funds, we get credit for that. It's not cash, but it's sort of a reward for generating your own revenue and keeping those critical parts of the national highway system in a good state of repair. And so what we do in New Hampshire is we use those credits to match the federal funds instead of bringing a cash match to the table. So if you think of it this way, if the federal government gives you $80, you're supposed to bring $20 of cash, so you spend $100. What we do instead is we get $80 from the federal government. We bring $20 worth of toll credits, which allows us to access the federal funds at 100%. The downside is we only spend 80 because it's not cash. It's just our way of accessing the federal portion. So basically, while other states are spending $100, we'd only spend 80. So that's why we fall a little bit behind. The other challenge is we also get less federal money than any other state. We have the lowest apportionment, despite the fact that we have a larger population and more lane miles to maintain than some of our neighbors. And there's a big discrepancy between how much we receive in federal funds and what Vermont, as an example, receives. So that's something that we're constantly bringing up at the federal level to try and advocate for changes in the formulas to make it more equitable. And then lastly, this state aid State Aid Bridge Program is the funding that we provide to municipalities to replace some of the municipally owned bridges that are on the red list or nearing red list. The State Aid Bridge Program that was funded with SB 367. So again, Chris described that waterfall, how there's 6.8 million that goes to State Aid Bridge. So one of our concerns longer term is once SB 367 sunsets, when the I-93 debt is all paid off, then too would the State Aid Bridge Program. And that's why we've really had to cut back. Right now in the 10-year plan, we have all of the dollars programmed out. There's very little opportunity to add bridges to the program. So I think that gives you a sense of some of the financial challenges. Again, we'll get into all the detail next year when we do the 10-year plan. Sorry,
I do have a
Representative.
question. Since we're talking about decline in revenue and the rest, I know that it probably, in all honesty, is impacting the block grant aid to communities. I know in the town of Bedford, they are projecting about 12% less in block grant aid, which then translates into either doing less in the town or raising property taxes. How much on average are we seeing a decline in block grant aid from 20 to 21, say?
So when we assign block grant, we're doing it in arrears. We're looking at the prior year's revenue. So there was no reduction in the distribution in 2020 to the cities and towns because it was based on the 2019 revenue. We are currently working on the budget with the governor's office right now. And in a couple of weeks, when you see the governor's budget, it'll show the figures of what we anticipate being available for block grant in 22 and 23. I don't have those numbers in front of me today. We'll wait and share them when the governor releases his budget. But you have a sense, given how you've seen the revenues decline over the COVID period.
Representative, if I may, your question relative to the RSAs, what percentage of the highway fund was dedicated to the department or is dedicated to the department? The RSA 9:9B basically states in each biennium that the department get no less than 73%, with Department of Safety getting 26% and then 1% to other agencies. So from our percentages that we had on slide 18, the department received 74%. Now, I note that 59% is really appropriated to the department and 15% flows through the department to the municipalities in the form of block grant aid. When they calculate those percentages, the percentages that flow through the department to the block grant aid is included in the 73% that is required by law to go to the department.
So I'm sensitive to time. I know, Representative, when you asked us to do this presentation, you indicated that you were targeting about an hour, and we've been together for a little longer than that. So I'll try and pick up the pace in these last few slides, so there's a little bit more time for questions. So I alluded to it previously, but we have 1,650 permanent employees currently at DOT, or approved positions currently at DOT, with a significant number of vacancies currently. But really our headcount is the lowest that it's ever been at the department, because while the vacancy rate has been as high in the past, over the last 10 to 20 years, we've seen reductions in the number of employees. Some of that's because of technology. We've been able to implement new solutions and make things more efficient. But in other areas, we really have just been asked to cut back and do things differently. And then capital budget. I apologize. My son has come to join us.
Hi, Mommy.
The joys of COVID.
Perhaps Chris or Bill can speak to this slide for a moment while I deal with my son for 1 second.
Yeah, I can speak to it. So on the capital budget side, we had 3 general funded requests. 1.6 million to leverage 29 million of federal funds. And really the aeronautics and transit matching funds. And then also we had a request to replace our aircraft registration system. I believe that was roughly $500,000. So those are 3 requests we put forth on the general fund side as part of this biennium's capital budget. On the highway fund side, which the debt service on the highway fund side is paid out of the highway fund, we had 10 requests, primarily patrol and shed, salt shed replacements or renovations. A new fuel management system. Our current fuel management system is basically outdated and is no longer supported by the vendor. We need to issue a new RFP to get a new fuel management system for the fuel distribution network. We had some critical systems that development, I believe. I'm trying to think of what that was for.
That's the second phase of Wolfe in the work order system.
Okay, that's the work order system that we're working on. And so that's the second phase of that. And then the underground storage tank replacement program. Right now, the debt service is being evaluated by Treasury for these requests. So I believe the highway fund request that we put forth totaled a little over $12 million. We were trying to be really reasonable in terms of how much more we could draw on the highway fund. And I believe these last 2 slides weren't supposed to be included in the presentation because when we talked about the bridge and pavement conditions, we provided more holistic kind of an overall state average from a historical perspective. This just shows a snapshot in one of the number of red lists, good, fair, and let me rephrase that. Number of red list bridges, fair bridges, and then good bridges. And you can see the number of fair bridges is increasing dramatically. So, and the number of good bridges is dropping with time. Although our red list is declining, I think what's happening is through our preservation efforts, the number of fair bridges is increasing because they're going from good to fair and staying in that fair category. Now, lastly, the pavement condition, you can see on the next slide. This just shows kind of a snapshot, 2014 versus 2020, where our pavement condition, in a good fair standpoint, went from 68% in 2014 to now 83% in 2020. So the level of investments that we've been making in the system with the SB 367 TIFIA pledged revenue is really paying off. And with that, I believe I can open it up to any questions the committee may have. Unless, Commissioner, you have anything else you want to add? Bill?
Now, hopefully this was what you were looking for, Representative Graham, and we went through a lot of material. So if the committee members who are new this year have questions, of course, we're all available to do a deeper dive with anyone who's trying to get up to speed. A lot of material this afternoon, though.
Commissioner, I do thank you on behalf of all of us for doing this afternoon. It is helpful for all of us to get the refresher and for the new members to be able to see what we are dealing with, because some of what you have talked about will be dealt with in both the capital and the operating budget, but it'll also all feed after that into the 10-year transportation plan, which this committee works with on 2 of those 3. So it's helpful to at least know who you are dealing with and for them to see it. For those who are listening, all of this hearing, work session, as well as everything that happened this morning, was recorded and is available on YouTube for your perusal at your leisure. Does any members of the committee, Representative Cloutier, do where I was going?
Yeah, I do have a question. I don't know the question can answer. The winter maintenance expenses, as of today, are your expenses running over budget or under budget? I don't know if anybody from DOT have any idea.
So in January, we went to fiscal committee and we asked for additional authority. We were underfunded for an average winter, and at that time we were trending towards average. So we were given those additional dollars. Since then, the weather has slowed down a little bit. So right now we're still trending to an average winter.
Okay.
People
hear that.
may not think that it's been a harsh winter, but certainly we had one of the largest snowstorms that we'd seen in recent history back in December, when we got over 40 inches in some parts of the state.
Thank you, Commissioner. I'm sorry, how much did the fiscal committee give you again? I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I believe it was roughly 4.5 million.
4.5 million. Thank you very much, Mr. Deputy Commissioner.
Yeah.
Representative Evil. You have to unmute.
Yes, I have to unmute. I got the video going anyway. Great to see all our friends from DOT. Thanks for being here and walking us through this. You mentioned the federal backstop money. I don't have it in front of me now. Was like 41 million or something, but I wondered what your shortfall was overall. We've heard a lot of numbers.
So if I go back to the slides, our total revenue impact was approximately 70 million. And then our backstop of COVID relief was 41 million.
Okie doke. And I have a follow-up question. When do you have to start repaying the principal for the TIFIA loan?
2026.
Okay, you have a little bit of breathing room. Thank you.
Any other questions for members of the department? Seeing none. Commissioner and deputy and assistant commissioners, I do appreciate you taking the time out this afternoon. It is informative. Know what we see in you when we get to the capital budget to talk about your capital budget requests. But at that, unless somebody else is raised their hand real quick, which they haven't, I will close this work session and thank everybody for attending. And I hope it was informative for the members of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome and have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Take care, everyone. Stay safe.
Bye, everybody.
Do any members of the committee have anything for me? Half of you have dropped off already.
So you just don't know, maybe it'll be at least 2 or 3 weeks before we get together again. on
Yeah,
probably the
it
capital
will.
budget.
I need to work out with Mrs. Shea on how to work it. And this room is needed for committees that have 50 or 60 bills for their use. So by us giving it up for a week or two, it helps those committees to get those done.
Understand.
And, you know, it's just a cooperative effort with what's going on.
Yeah, okay.
And the House session,
You
by
just don't
here,
know
I'll
when.
let you know.
No date isn't set.
I need 2 clerks.
Yeah, we'll get that done. All right, Mr. Greenland, I think we can close it down.
All right, I will end the call.